Good morning, everybody. How you guys doing today? Suicide hotline is lit. Dude, I always put that in there. It is both lit and quite serious. What up, Girk? Not AMC. Ouch. Throw away the monies. The way to see the money funds make off borrowing fees. No. Squirrely Dan and Leonard. That'd be awesome too. I love that guy. Looking to the pre-market today. Yeah, I'm excited about the pre-market. The volume's really low still, but we'll see how that plays out. We're coming up to test 260 already. So that's kind of interesting. We might even fill in to like 261 by market open. And that really puts us in a good position to test higher levels. You guys are going to get a preview into the stuff the Dillionaires get today because I actually have some scanner posts that I want to post for them, and I woke up a bit late, so I guess everyone's gonna kind of see them today. So you guys are gonna see how I pick them. Support. Risk. Let's see how this breaks. Good morning, everybody. I am throwing up some of my day trade picks into the Discord right now. What's the volume on this morning, though? That's what I want to know. So the volume kind of sucks. I could change, but if it doesn't. All right, and then I only have one more, guys. And then I will get back to doing the thing I'm supposed to be doing right now. DSK. Oh, this one's been like ongoing. Huh. Yeah, that looks good. Looks like that's about to bounce. This is an Autodesk. Also looking good. All right. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Just wanted to make sure that I got Reddit or Discord updated with those. So yeah, everything's looking good. We're still well within the range of our channel on the 4-hour. We might have just like completed the natural bull flag formation for this week. And it's just kind of weird because remember we discussed like that deviation there, but it looks like this could be the pattern for the week. So we may test as low as like a solid support at 242 and then begin the ascent into the next flag. We could break out sooner than that as like, you know, longs try to push more of that open interest into the money. But we'll see how that plays out. On the 5-minute, I think we could potentially, and it looks like we're going to. So I think we could fill this action here. Hold on, let me switch to a different color crayons. It's got more visibility. So I think we can fill this and this. So there's a potential, if we test 275 and break through, that could easily lead us to like this test at 290. And then possibly even 300. So we'll see how that plays out. But this, I mean, these are both gap downs. This is technically filled already. But we could come up to fill this. Yeah, tested 300 is very, very good news for us. Like huge. So we'll see how that plays out as the day goes on. AMC also kind of looking like it needs to fill. If we are seeing Wyckoff distribution, we're at the beginning of it. So I did a little more looking into this. So we could still see one more higher high on these as that pattern builds up. For any of you that were interested in that yesterday. And then let's see how the market's doing. Market coming up 420.66. in the pre-market wait 420.69. It's about to happen. Maybe we should watch that. It seems relevant. Oh, come on. The ask is there, so it can happen. All right, this is boring. Bed Bath & Beyond also coming up in the pre-market with a gap to fill. Blackberry, same. Workhorse, kind of the same. CLNE running hard. And cryptos are tanking again. A little early for their weekend downtrend, but all right, that's all the stuff for today. GameStop earnings announcement is declared, I guess. BBYTA video says draw the wedge from the top of the peak and the bottom of the candle before. How do you know what angle, how far out to draw the wedge? You just draw it along the candles that are forming. So that's how you determine your angle, is because, like, the next candle should trade. Sorry if I missed any comments while we're going into that. The next candle is going to trade within this range, right? So say the next candle forms here. That gives you the angle, right? Sorry. For your wedge. You can even confirm like another candle, but that's where you get the angle for it from. Oop, I gotta go back to the 1 minute. There we go. So failed the test at 260, but volume was pretty low on that, right? Yeah. Still only at 30K volume. At least on NASDAQ, maybe like 60 market wide. Someone with Fidelity will have to tell me. What do you think will be the lowest price GME will hit today? So we can go all the way down to that trend line, which is currently traveling between 217 and 222. So 217 to 222 is our intraday low. If we break, that requires us to break down possible low. We could break through it, right? But this is a very strong support. So there's a possibility to break down below it, but most likely anything, if we did get a breakdown, it would happen within like this range. I don't know what I'm drawing here. Hold on. I've had 0 coffee right now, so bear with me. So we could, I think like if we did break down, we'd probably break down to like 240, 250. Like that's the any expected dip action, because that's within the bounds of our flag, right? But yeah, potentially we could break down all the way through this range, at least to here, before bouncing. Next question. What do you think will be the lowest price? I got that. If we put 300 in the money, then Kenny must boof whatever item we collectively vote for him to book, right? Yeah, I still have my CLNE call. I haven't sold it, so I'm pretty stoked on that. I unfortunately still have my GameStop 300 and Workhorse calls. This was definitely worth a lot more earlier in the week, but we'll see if it gets back in the money today. I'll hold it for a little bit. So if you were to drop 10K on you, would you buy it open or would you wait for the dip? If I was going to buy $10,000 worth of GME, I'd probably wait for a dip. I mean, $10,000 at 250. It's like, yeah, a dip could save you a lot of money. I mean, it's like, how many shares could you potentially pick up at like, it's like 250 or 10K divided by 260. So it's like 38 shares. Yeah, so I mean, every dollar you can buy it lower, you save 38 bucks, right? So, yeah, I mean, you could, I would, if I was buying a big chunk, I would wait for like a dip. Although be warned, today we may not get one. as like this pattern is ready to break out, right? So like buying here at the beginning of this pattern could have had good potential, right? Because like we have steady decline in price, but now we're like at a breakout point. So it may not dip, it may just break out to the upside. At which point the same is true, that you would potentially lose $38 for every dollar it goes up past 260, right? Oh, thank you so much, Red Fox, for the sticker. I appreciate that, man. I just wanted to say thanks to the advice earlier this week on my 2:30 call. Oh, you got it, man. I hope you made a shitload of bank off that. Billionaire back, baby. What's up, man? Morning, Fermium. I'm gonna make a nicotine bet post MOASS. I quit and you quit. Whoever breaks first is the other 10K. I'll think about it. Oh, jeez. I mean, this isn't really like a crazy dip, but we're down to 256 right now. There's no volume. Our volume's super low at the moment. 200K just disappeared from ATP. That makes too much sense. So apparently 003 is in effect and wasn't yesterday. That's what I figured. So anytime they enact regulation, or anytime a company announces anything, like 8Ks or 4Ks or, 10Ks or whatever, these are all going to be after hours. 13Fs. Or pre-market. These will not occur during the trading day. The reason being is that they can be considered market manipulation. So in order for the quote unquote fairness of the markets, regulations are always enacted at the end of the day that they're announced to be active. How would buying a January 2022 call for 3,200 not be a good idea? I don't see this lasting that long. While it may not last that long, right? It could, right? And Austin H, what do you think of a $20 call option on BB? I mean, it's risky. That's really far out of the money. So back to the other thing. The reason being is because you're paying a massive amount for your like your delta, right? Or your like you might as well buy the stock. Okay? So like essentially, like if you buy like a January, what did you say, 22? Was I looking at 23? So January 22. So you're looking at like, say you buy one in the money. What price are you looking at? Like, not, are you looking at these? Like 950? $3,200. So it'd be like this, like a 950 call. I mean, you might as well just buy the stock at that point. Like, first of all, like this isn't even profitable till after $950, right? And then you're gonna have theta decay on that premium at a rate of $20 per cycle. And it could, right? There's the potential that it could go that long, and that option could like expire out of the money, and we just go up on January 28th like last year. I need coffee. Yeah, Theta's not your friend on that. Like the potential profits, like you could make a lot more money having like much closer to the money options with less time out, right? Jimmy breaking, it's not breaking lower, it's just trending down. I mean, there's no volume on these. Like this is like 5,000, this is 2,000. Is the annual meeting during market hours, or just this suggests they won't announce vote shenanigans? They wouldn't anyway, right? They'd announce it in like an 8K or something after the fact or before the fact. They could announce like the day before, right? So like on the 8th, they could just file an 8K and then announce the like the vote count or like the current vote count. Or they could file it on 6/10, right? Like the day after. Or like the end of market on 6/9. There's a lot of options for them to like avoid that. Did you see Adam Aaron's lack of pants during that interview? I did. It was disgusting. Please don't remind me. What's good, Paco? Gamma ramp today. Maybe, Evan. Let's see how our yeah. Yeah, there's definitely a potential. I mean, there's 6,000 calls, or 6,666 calls, and the money at 300. But even 260 is looking pretty good. Still a lot of open interest holding at 250. 270's way more stacked. There's like double the OI. 280's up. 290's still super weak though. I don't know why no options are getting bought there, but like yeah, like the 280 to 290, 280 between 280 and 300, there's just not that much open interest. So we'll see how that plays out. They legit worship that Adam Aaron guy. Really? I don't know. I felt like it was like very telling that Adam Aaron had his pants off before his trades interview started. I hope you guys all got to see the stream card for today. It was amazing. If you haven't seen it, it's in the general chat on the Discord. It was a hidden message. Kind of read between the lines. Since you already did a little free preview this morning, can you say which HBM and ADS-K options you're looking at? So for HBM, it's like I'm looking at like higher highs. I'm looking for a bounce off that trend line, and then depending how far that bounce goes, I'd be looking for a short position as it returns to the trend line, right? Because well, not a like a physical short position, but like a put. But I think like based on the pattern, you can predict the range without giving you too much information. Like I'm not going to tell you how to day trade a stock, like because that starts to get into the realm of like not only financial advice, but like me teaching you how I would trade it. He's gonna bomb. I'll use that as an example line. But I drew the trend lines. Like, you can rewind the video and look at it. Did you get that picture of me and Adam? uh, Steam Cars is the reason I'll be upgrading my membership today. That's awesome, Ben. I'm doing all right, Ranfei. How you doing? Happy Friday. Spencer Barth, my family and I liquidated 700 AMC yesterday at 60 and dumped it all into GME. That's awesome, man. I hope that pays out huge for you. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel, Aaron. Like, I really do wish all the AMC apes the best, but I don't have a lot of faith in it playing out the way they expect it to. Which one of the Dans paid Bruce $1,000 to play a Yoko Ono song yesterday? What? Is this a real thing? Someone paid him $1,000 to play a Yoko Ono song? Are you primed for Gamma Squeeze? Can you check AMC options? Yeah, I'll look. I mean, yeah, the fucking open interest is insane. Like, all the way up to, like, 73. With just an absolute shitload at 73. I don't know, if I was gonna play, like, 0 DTE Gamma Squeeze on this, like, fuck, it's so risky, though. Trading at 49 right now. I'd probably try to play the middle of the OI. So, like, I'd look for, like, a small bid-ask spread somewhere in here like this, like 64. Where it's, like only a $30 bid out, or even 63. 63 looks pretty good, because you can probably fill it, like, 425 or 430. This is going to change on open, though. Like, 15 minutes after open, that's going to change. All right. We're 1 minute and 30 seconds to the opening bell right now, guys. A little past, but, yeah, people are going to get IV crushed if that doesn't move. Well, not IV crushed. The Theta decay on 0 DTEs is huge. A lot of that's going to be lost on the opening bell, though. Like, it's going to take a Theta hit right as the day opens. It's called Judgment Day. No, I mean, at the 145 strike price on AMC? Does AMC have 145 strike options? Jesus Christ. I don't know. I guess you can make money off the IV if it runs. If it doesn't run, like, you're just gonna lose $45, right? And you're gonna lose it, like, real quick. Like, look what happened to my workhorse calls yesterday. Hey, Akoma. Yeah, so having 173 open interest at 145 doesn't do a lot, right? The thing. Because, like, if the options chain's, like, stacked super high, right? So you have, like, 145, 140, and then no interest in here, and then, like, 100, and then, like, say 100's, like, a little, like that. So, like, there's nothing to fill this gap, right? There's no gamma there. So, just hedging 100's isn't going to push it up to 145. Like, you're talking about just a massive amount of volume to go from here to here. So the way gamma ramps work is that every strike, you want them to be hedging more, right? So you want like 90 to have like an OI of like, say, I don't know, like, well, these are just random numbers, but like 5,000. And then like 95 to have like 7,500, and then 100 to have like 10,000, right? And what that means is that every strike they hit is going to push harder into the next one. That's why I said we don't have a lot of, like, on GME right now, we don't have a lot of open interest at like between 280 and 300. So like our gamma ramp potential kind of just fizzles out there. Like, even though we have a ton of open interest at 300, like there's nothing to carry us to that price, right? Because you'd want them to be hedging all the way through from 280 to 300. That's on Jeffrey suspending short trading. It's interesting. Uh, Unusual. But there's a lot of unusual things that happen. So I mean, I don't know. I'm not gonna read too into it until I see some effect of it or from it. Decay occur throughout the day, or just throughout the day. Um, I'd have to look up the exact formula to tell you the rate of theta decay because I don't remember off the top of my head. But you can also look that up. I think Glacier Capital will cover. I don't know. We don't even know what the size of their short position is, right? Could FOMO take us to 300? It could, yeah. There are other things that can drive the price up, but just in terms of gamma ramp, the gamma ramp is not there. Push past 265. Read. All right, guys, everyone chill out. This is just the opening bell. A lot of things can change between now and 10 minutes from now, or 15 minutes from now. Why is CLNE running? I suspect because Wall Street Bets is pumping and dumping it, and I'm stoked. I don't know what sort of collusion they get up to over there, but I'm more than willing to take their money and invest it more wisely. Dude, I got so many, like, extra death threats yesterday. I ended the day with 7. And, like, 20 dislikes. Although I do suspect that the last 4 death threats I received were of a comical nature and from the same person. Crazy spread of bid-ask, yeah. I mean, there was always a segment of Wall Street Bets. This was kind of just like a pump and dump club, though. Wait, you were legit getting threats? Yeah. They're from, like, throwaway accounts. I just report them and then, like, move on. CJ. Yeah, I got in a little bit of a tiff. I would describe it as a tiff. And then I decided to not continue to pursue it. That's not one of those. Kenny does not send them out himself, only his buddies. If you make me rich, I'll take your hat. But then my brain would fall out. It was fluff. That's why I drew him and Kenny taking a bath this morning. or last night. Death threats and comic. I mean, I've gotten some pretty funny death threats. I don't know about that, GP Miller. All right, Zakir, we'll see you soon, man. Dan's need to go run security at Pickle Financial. I mean, no one's there's no sales going through. That's why we're not seeing the price movement. Because the bid ask spread is so wide that it's just kind of like it's almost halted, one could say. God, this bid ask spread is nuts. It's like $1.50. Ugh. Sometimes, man, I swear this whole thing is just like completely fake. You got any other Wall Street bet pump and dumps? That was the only one that looked like an actual, like they were actually gunning for that. Oh, am I on the 5-minute? Is that what's going on? Whoops. Thanks for letting me know. What's the clickbait secret? Well, it was Ken Griffin and Adam Aaron bathing together, and there was mayo everywhere. Didn't you see the screen card? Secure. Can you link them to the screen card? In the or no, I'll do it because you're busy. Discord here. I will link everybody the thing so in case you didn't see it when you joined the channel. There. Oh, this is actually a good place to answer that question from earlier. So how would this wedge be drawn, right? So we would draw it like so, and then from this candle, like so, right? Oh, it moved. Hold on, sorry. I'll use the WeBull ones because they don't move when the chart does. Bop. From there to there. And you just draw them to a point of intersection, right? How can there be bids $3 above the current price? You mean the ask is above? It's not the bid. It's the spread. So like right now the bid is 257 and then the ask is 258.62. Have you drawn a moon pickle yet? No, I haven't. I mean, there's still like $1. So it goes like a $2 spread very quickly to a $3 spread. Yeah. It was different earlier. Oh, okay. Like it was even wider, is what you're saying? So, I mean, if the ask is significantly higher than the bid, the price is most likely going to go up, right? Because the bid, like hitting the bid doesn't lower. This is the short inflation thing, right? Like hitting the bid doesn't lower the price as much as hitting an ask. So like say if the ask is $2, right? Away from the bid, then like hitting the bid will lower the price less than hitting the ask. Like so if they hit the ask, the price goes up $2. If they hit the bid, it goes down like a little bit. That's from being over shorted. So the bid's been hit so much more than the ask that the spread, it's created a spread. Secure asked something and I can't see it. Where did it go? Quickest spread schmear. SpongeBob Pickle Pants. Remember, if you guys have like a legitimate question, at me in the chat so I can see it. That way I don't have to read absolutely everything, because it is in fact getting busier in here, guys. And so even though I do want to get to all your questions, it's hard if I can't see them at least highlighted. Right now, bid and ask are both on the same side as the current price, and it switches between above and below. Yeah, I mean, that's generally how it works, Frank. Oh, I see what you're saying. So you're saying it's going beyond? That's because it's hitting the next ask. So, like, say if someone puts in an order right now for like 300 shares or 1,000 shares, right? It's going to eat up like all the ask in that 1,000 share range. Like if they put in a market order, it's just going to eat up all of these ask prices and then set the ask to the next available higher price. Who else loves the order book? Only you, Planter. We have just now used it for the only thing it's good for, though. You got it, man. Plans for National Donut Day. I didn't even know that was a thing. I think Krispy Kreme gives you free donuts if you have a vaccination card. You get like 2 free glazed donuts. What are some of the most effective patterns you look for when day trading? Wedges, like like bull pennants, like a descending consolidation pennant is like one of the most accurate bull signals. Flags can be good too. Not as good, but they can be pretty good. Do shorts need to cover during market hours, or can they cover after hours pre-market? I mean, they can try to cover after hours, but there's no liquidity. Like, it's very rare that even like 500,000 shares get traded after market close. All of our asinine questions. Yes, the Dan's here to you. Jeffries, the GME share issuer, no longer support shorts on the stocks, means no more synthetic shorts. No, there's other lenders. They're just one of many. It's interesting. I mean, the Jeffries thing is interesting, but there's so many lenders, it's completely irrelevant. Shows a preview of your beauty channel tips. I need to block out time on my schedule to pay attention. I'll let you guys know. Man, a lot of questions about Jeffries. Okay, so the thing with Jeffries is they're not the only lender. But it's interesting, right? So back when I created, oh man, someone might have to actually do some digging in my DD for a link to this, because I don't even know where it is. But it's in one of my weeklies from a while back. But essentially, I described why the borrow rate is 1%, right? There's a reason for it. So basically, the borrow rate is at 1% because the lenders want to incentivize borrowing. Because for all the shares the short hedge funds borrow, so the short hedge funds are trapped in a position, right? But the only people that can actually have knowledge of this are the people who lend them the shares. Like, these are the only people that know what their position is and what they have or haven't covered, right? And since these are the financial markets and someone's always looking to take advantage of someone else, it's really easy to see why they would want a 1% borrow rate, right? Because, like, the short hedge funds can't do anything but continue to borrow GameStop, right? So if the lenders can incentivize that borrowing, by using cash collateral and rebates, I go pretty in depth into this on the DD, but I'll try to do it short. Cash collateral rebates, which means essentially the short hedge funds give the lenders collateral, and the lenders give the short hedge funds whatever shares they want, right? And so this goes on and on and on, and they keep the rate low because the rebate rate is like 0.98% on average. And so, like, essentially they are allowing them to borrow for free, right? So they get to borrow GME shares for free at the cost of cash collateral. Now, here's the fun thing. If they have to cover and they get liquidated, the lender gets a default on those loans. So the lender walks away with all that collateral and they get their shares back. Because it's not the lender's responsibility to cover the debt, right? It's the short hedge funds and the DTCC. So essentially, the lenders are doing to the short hedge funds what the short hedge funds are attempting to do to GME, which is bankrupt it. They're giving them the rope by which to hang themselves, if that makes sense. So that's like the quick rundown. You guys can, and it's definitely got a lot of gaps in it, but if you want to get more information on that, you're going to have to go back in my Reddit post history and find it. It's one of my weekly DDs, like my forward-looking TAs, but I can't remember which one. Pantheist, thank you so much for becoming a Long Johnson. I just saw that. Thank you. I appreciate the membership. I will see you Saturday, tomorrow, actually. I will see all of the Long Johnsons and the Dillionaires in our Saturday stream. What's up, Milk Toast? What's up, dude? We're way behind on likes. Yeah, if you guys can, hit that like button. Actually, just hit it. Bid ask at 50, but it's trading at 53. 262.50 resistance will go away. Yeah, I mean, they don't want... They're gonna fight, right? Oof. Should I sell this while I'm up? This thing expires today. I'm gonna close it. Oh, no, it doesn't. It's still... Never mind. I'm ignoring that. I need GME to run, though. Workhorse looking like complete caca. If the purpose of the lenders is to lend shares, why discontinue lending? So the the moment the lenders stop, now Jeffries is just the first, right? But once they stop, then short hedge funds can't short, right? So the lenders get to force the liquidation. because the short hedge funds can't continue to drive the price down, which in turn causes the price to go up, which causes margin calls. And then that leads to liquidation. And then the lenders get to walk away with their collateral and they get all their shares back. And I think, I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure that the collateral collected off a defaulted loan is also not taxed. And the lenders don't care, right? Because they're lending fake shares. Does that make sense? So they're lending a thing that's not actually real for real cash collateral. I was the first dislike. I know you were, Ken. DFE tweet Sopranos, literally a Sopranos episode that perfectly describes the lender borrower relationship. That's interesting. Yeah, essentially they don't think that there's any risk. Well, there is no risk, right? For them. Because they know that the shorts are trapped. So the shorts have to keep borrowing and coming up with more and more cash to keep borrowing to get more and more synthetic shorts, right? So there is no risk to the lender because the shares they're creating aren't real. And in the event of, a default of the loan, they're just returned the real shares that they lent out. Covering of the synthetic shares is not their responsibility. That's for the short hedge funds and the DTCC and so on to figure out. Should I clip that, guys? Do you want me to clip that and make that like a video that you guys can reference? I'll go back like a little bit. Can lenders in the short hedge fund not be one and the same? Uh, Potentially. But they can't collect collateral from themselves, right? Like they still have to satisfy the collateral requirement of the loan. Really short. I don't this is a downtick. Essentially, like if the and it's actually based on these candles. But if the candle's red, they can't short it. Market makers can though. Check out the put open interest total 716. There's no risk for the lenders. That's how I came up with the theory. At least it's still a theory. Obviously, I have no proof because that those are all like privately negotiated contracts. They're not available to the public, but it makes sense. And there's a reward for one of the parties and an incentive for the other, and that's generally like it's kind of like you just follow the money, right? Um, Puts for 716 expiration, July 16th. Yeah, I mean that could just be people like trying to play post MOASS, right? these are dirt cheap. Like these are like $50. These aren't very expensive, and like people could just keep rolling these, or they're just trying to play like after the shareholders meeting. Because if you try to buy puts like at the peak to make money on the downward momentum, the IV is going to be ridiculously high. So it's much better to buy them really far out, and then like hope the peak occurs in between those two dates. It's kind of gambling. What constitutes a downtake for SSR? Is that just there's no risk in stock markets? I mean, their incentive is to eliminate as much risk as possible, right? As like major investment institutions. I would consider that a flaw in the market. But that has to do with I think the real flaw is synthetic shorts to create liquidity. This is the real flaw, not the lender-borrower relationship, but the synthetic shorts that the lender can create for the borrower. Eric, if you check Jeffrey's... No. If the lender stopped, wouldn't they not receive the collateral because they have stopped? No. They already collected the collateral. The shorts, to get their collateral back, the shorts have to return the borrowed shares. I clipped it. I believe the short hedge fund is also the lender. I don't think so, Ozzy. It's possible. Are you talking about like in the case of Citadel? Because like Citadel has a market maker, it's like Citadel Securities, and then like they're also Citadel hedge funds. Is this steep out the money options used to cover fake FTDs? No, I don't think so, Spaz. What's a fake FTD? It would be in the money. Like in the money options to cover FTDs. Because they could be like, look, here's the in the money contract. So like say you have one in the money contract, and that's 100 shares. You can use that in lieu of, because it is a contract for those shares, right? Like I said before, options are also ownership because they're a contract for ownership. So they can use these to offset the FTDs by saying, look, we have 100 shares, and then after reporting, sell them, right? Quiet down a little, Tans are talking. I can't. Stream card for the video is brilliant. I'm glad you like it. All right. No, Hedgies. I mean, yeah, Hedgies have to cover during. If you guys are worried about them covering everything in aftermarket, it's not happening. I get asked that question a lot. No, 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 no. The squeeze is not going to begin and end during an aftermarket session. Or in pre-market. No. If they still have to. So Silicon. If the lender is lending for cheap to allow them to hang themselves, and then they stop, the noose just tightens, right? Because then, like so the shorts can no longer they no longer have access to this like unlimited pool of short shares, right? Which prevents them from suppressing the price, which means the price is going to go up. The lenders know this. So if the lenders cut off the flow, right, then the short hedge funds are kind of just like left out at sea. Because they no longer have the shares to suppress the price with. The price is going to go up. That's going to trigger margin calls and then trigger liquidation. So I was actually like, I mean, I kind of talked about how I expected this to go down like 4 or 5 weeks ago. 4 weeks ago? It's been a while. So it's interesting that that's playing out. So there's something about my theory, I'm guessing, that's correct. No idea, Tenzin. What's going on with Kraft Heinz? Nothing. It's up 0.78%. I gotta update Reddit. Oh yeah, I'm definitely way behind. I'm just gonna go to the end of chat. If you guys have more questions, at me. So the lenders, the incentive for the lenders to not just bend them over on the borrow, right, is that the lenders get to collect collateral. So essentially, the lenders get to collect all of the short hedge funds' cash and assets, bonds, cash, and same as cash assets. And the short hedge funds get shares, right? But when this is all over, they just walk away with all the assets. Which means they don't have to try to buy all of that. Like, so when the short hedge funds are liquidated, there's going to be nothing there for other funds to like buy up, right? So generally when a fund goes under, its assets get cannibalized by other funds. But in this instance, like the lenders are just going to walk away with all of the cash collateral that belonged to that short hedge fund. Citadel does have both abilities. but they're separated, right? They are technically two separate, like they don't have them within the same institution. Oh, I'm all set, Flaming Cat. I might pick up 2 more shares of GameStop, but maybe not anytime soon. ADSK running. Awesome, man. I'm glad you guys are making some money on that play. So if we go to ADSK, it's definitely running. On the daily. So I expect it can hit like 289, right? Now if it broke that, that's nuts. But if it doesn't, like that's a perfect opportunity to play the movement in the other direction, right? Like puts. Like if it tests that resistance and fails, that trend line and fails, then it's gonna go down. So that was kind of my play on that, was I was gonna play the up and down side because it's been pretty volatile. Like it's higher highs, lower lows. I actually didn't get a chance to play that one today, but a little too busy this morning. I love the way you talk. Thanks, Pickle Juice. Well, so for those borrow contracts, there's still an expiration, right? So say they've collected all the collateral there is to collect from the short hedge fund. They cut off lending and then they just sit and wait for the hedge fund to be forced. Like they're the lender, right? They can margin call the hedge fund. You understand that, right? They're the margin caller. They are Aunt Marge. So by cutting off the lending, they essentially put the burden of all that margin onto the hedge fund immediately. And then the hedge fund has like X amount of time to cover the positions they already have. And now they can't short anymore. So the price is going up and they have to cover those positions. I'm back in the office and available. What was the DD you were looking for? And I can link. Oh, it's the one that covers like the borrowing, like the lender borrower theory. If Zakura, if you know which one that is. Silent but ready. Thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire. Silent, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. If you have any issues getting into the private Discord, let me know. Just DM me over on the Discord. The instructions are in the announcements channel. I love the way you move. Who said I'm wearing pants? I will tell you one thing, I don't wear shorts. Yeah, I think so, Walden. I think the lenders are just going to keep doing this until they've collected all the collateral there is to collect, and then I think that they're going to cut them off and let them starve. See you later, synesthesiac. Are there any negatives to the Jeffers move? Bad PR, maybe. No, because they know the other party is trapped, right? That's the only way this works. Is they have They're the only people with knowledge, like actual data on short positions, right? And they're behaving in a manner that indicates that those short positions are massive. But they're the only ones in the whole world, including the SEC, that know the actual truth of those positions. Why? Because they lent them the shares and they haven't gotten them back. So they're incentivized to get as much collateral as they can and then just collapse the fund at the end of the loan. Right? It's like predatory lending all over again. It's like back in 2008, you'd go to a bank, you'd be like, I have a credit score of like 350, and they'd be like, oh, well, what $1.2 million home do you want to buy? And people would be like, oh, that one. I'd be like, here you go. Because they didn't give a shit, right? Because they were going to sell those collateralized debt obligations off to other banks as toxic assets, and they were just going to collect the house. So they were going to collect the collateral, so they didn't give a shit what they lent you, right? Because they were going to walk away with the real property. And this is the exact same thing, but with a different, like with a different financial instrument, right? This one, I'll check right now. Secure. I unpinned a bunch of them because people were like, I don't know. Yeah, it's this one. Thank you. Thank you, Secure. I'm going to pin that. What is all this Jeffrey stuff? Please explain real quick. Moonwind, just rewind the video like an hour because that's all I've been talking about. I just want to say yet again that I was right. Okay. Now explain it to me like I'm 3 years old. Short hedge funds are cleared out. Who gets to pay for the shares buyback in the MOASS? The DTTC or DTCC, and then whatever other insurance partners that the hedge fund's involved with. And then after that, the Fed is supposed to cover whatever remaining positions. Reclaim collateral on default are taxed as gains. Source my CPA list. Okay. Even still, who gives a shit, right? If you lose 50% of, billions in free money. That's like, I mean, it's not going to be 50%, right? Because they're paying corporate capital gains. And these people have like up-teen tax lawyers working on, their financials, and I'm sure they have a million loopholes to not pay, even a tenth of the demanded tax, right? I linked so for anybody who wants, I pinned the link for the DD at the top of my profile. Not financial advice, understood. But if you were me, would you be hitting the weekend with or without your AMC shares? If I was you, I wouldn't own any AMC shares. But I'm not you, obviously. Coco, be ready. Thank you so much for becoming a dillionaire, man. I appreciate that so much. If you have any issues getting into the Discord and linking your YouTube account, let me know. What is all this Jeffrey stuff? All right, I covered all this. I might have already thanked him twice, but that's fine if the short hedge funds are cleared out. I pay 33% salary tax in my country and zero on capital gains from stocks. I know which one I'd prefer. Oh, CLNE dumping? I don't care. Again, the CLNE play, like you guys keep going on about it, but the CLNE play is fucking like 2 weeks out. Damn, those workhorse options got eaten alive. Whatever. Guys, always check to make sure that you don't auto exercise options positions. This aims to reflect how the MOASS will happen. Looks similar to your exit DD, but on a smooth brain. A little bit, right? Like, short squeezes are short squeezes. The only thing that changes is the magnitude, right? So, like, and this is why, like, everyone's like, oh, there's no way to use, like, TA. Like, I know, I hear it a lot. There's, like, no way to use TA to, like, predict what MOASS will do, right? But here's the thing, is, like, even if VW is like this, right? And GME is just, 10 orders of magnitude greater, it'd still look the same, right? Like, it's not going to play out differently. It's just going to be a lot bigger. I agree, Ozzy. Looks like the cup is forming. That's not a real thing, JD. This looks like a rash to you. Why are we tanking? I mean, we're not tanking, Ash. We're down 3%. That's not tanking. And then second of all, Jeffries isn't the only lender. They're just one. So one lender, like, there's always going to be a first, right? One lender has now said no more. That doesn't mean other lenders have said no more. Just one. There's all kinds of other lenders. Citadel's a lender. BlackRock could be a lender. I mean, there's so many other lenders. Jeffries isn't like the only lender. Why not raise interest? Because that doesn't incentivize, because then another lender, right? So if one lender is like, okay, I'm going to charge these guys 50% because they have to borrow from me, right? They'll just go to a different lender. So if they all charge 1%, then they all profit equally, right? Equal profits. You don't want to be this guy when everyone else is working together. That's like saying, I only have one grocery store. Well, actually, if you live in a place where you only have like one grocery store near you, right? They can charge you whatever they want. But if you have 10 grocery stores within like a 50-mile radius, they have to compete with each other. Like, I think you just asked me the definition of competition and like capital markets, Michael Brown. How are the 250? Like a little. They're not really super deep in the money, right? I don't think there's that much open interest left at 250. So if we look at calls, 250. There's like 1,800 left. This was much, much higher earlier in the week. A lot of people have closed those in the money positions already. God, I could kiss you after reading that TD. I know. I've got a moderately wrinkly brain. Different fundamentals though. Jamie's a retail-based hold. VW was Porsche. Sort of. It doesn't really change, right? Because like retail is just like Volkswagen Porsche. Except I guess like more chopped up and divided. Which actually makes it harder for the shorts to cover in a way. Because like Porsche and the government at the time were allowed to just be like, okay, let's release these shares and end this, right? And they were like, okay, we'll do that. And then they both just did it. That's like two parties acting in coordination to end this like short thing, like the short squeeze. But like, imagine like you can't get all the like some apes are never gonna sell, right? I've got 10% of my position I never intend to sell, and there's a lot of other people that have that same mindset, right? And so, like, how hard is it going to be for them to get the shares they need to cover out of us? It's very similar, actually. Roundabout explanation for how cartels work. If we don't manage to run up before the afternoon. Yeah, I know. Are we still set up for a gamma ramp, or is open interest too low? I mean, above 260, we can like ramp up to like 285, and then after 285, we would need some like actual like buy pressure to come in, like FOMO or buy pressure from a long fund or a short fund, to push us up above 300. But above 300, quite a lot of pressure up. So we'll see. Again, if you don't tag me, I'm not going to answer your question. Because I'm falling too far behind on chat to try to like read every single comment. Sorry, guys. Well, also Porsche had a lot of the shares they owned in options. It is unwinding positions. Possibly. Yeah, like I said, we can see a dip down to that like 217, 222 range. It's a possibility. Although I think 242.50 would be kind of the low. How would the bid-ask spread be covered? That's an excellent question, Steve. The liquidity would dry up and bids would have to increase in order to create liquidity the real way, right? Yeah, I've seen the the max pain price estimates. I haven't. Does it just keep going up, I'd imagine? Welcome back, Big Zillionaire. It's not pronounced Porsche, if that's what you're thinking. It's pronounced Porsche. Are you concerned about how much attention AMC is getting from them? No. Porsche. I'm not getting into this again with you guys. Thoughts on the KB toy soldier is going to stop sure lending next? I don't know who's going to stop the short lending next. Someone. You'll hear an announcement. More and more will follow suit now that one has. Any theories on why your volume is so low? Well, no one is buying or selling the stock, Mr. Jayhawk. It is called consolidation. So if no one buys or sells the stock, that equals low volume. Why are people not buying and selling the stock? Who knows? I'd imagine retail's not buying it because we're broke. And the news has drawn very little attention for us being up, $100 and something in the last week. That's a lie. I bought one today. Well, thanks. You bought one of the 1.18 million traded today. And that matters. Is that a strat? Yeah, boredom. No one, no whales, no long whales, no long funds are going to buy this stock right now. This stock presents significant risk to them. There are no saviors in this game. No one's going to come in here. No, Elon Musk is going to come in here and buy millions of shares, right? How this gets kicked off is the shorts have to cover. That's the most likely catalyst. And that could take a long time, right? Because it's literally life or death for them. If they have to start covering, their firm is dead. Their careers, in a lot of cases, are dead. So getting a large interest of middle-class investors could be enough FOMO to kick this off and force the shorts to cover, right? But nobody with actual money is going to buy this right now. Now, there is one caveat to that, is that this month is the Russell 2000 rebalancing schedule. So there are ETFs and things that are going to have to buy the stock, and that could cause quite the run up. Especially if we just consolidate at 250. The incentive to stop lending, Falco, is that the short hedge funds have no more collateral left. Once they've bled them dry, then they just cut them off, right? March rebalances ETF shares increasing. Yeah, but this isn't the same. This is like the rebalancing for the index that GME is traded on. So this is yearly. It's a much bigger deal. You get quarterly rebalancing, but it's very small. The yearly rebalancing is a very big deal because last year at this time, GameStop was about $5, and now it's trading at $2.55. So in order to stay balanced as on the index, those ETFs have to buy quite a lot of GameStop, right? Because GameStop's now one of the largest companies on the index instead of one of the smallest. Yeah, absolutely, guys. I'm glad it helps. So if you ever want to know why I'm not worried at all, thank you so much for the donation. Also, Here Comes the Funk. I missed that one. Thank you, dude. I've got coffee. I need to drink it, but I do have some. So we have a double bottom here. We're trending up. Looks like this is like a light test of VWAP at week. We have no volume. What percent of the ETF? Well, so the percentage has to increase for every ETF that tracks the Russell 2000. They all have to increase their ownership of GameStop. No, they have to increase their ownership. Because last year when they balanced GameStop, GameStop was $5, right? So its market cap was really low. Now it's $253, and it's got a market cap of, where is it? 17 billion versus the market cap it had last year, right? And so in order to properly track all the companies traded within the index that the ETF tracks, they need to buy more GameStop, because GameStop is now a more valuable part of that index. So it's like if the S&P didn't own Apple, right? Like ETFs that track the S&P didn't own Apple. Like they wouldn't be balanced, right? Because Apple's like one of the largest companies traded on the S&P, and GameStop's like in that equivalent position now. That's why the sell-off of the SPY and Tesla yesterday were particularly interesting, right? Because like companies that hold those stocks in large quantities don't usually sell their positions. Those are like their base money makers. Yeah, so if it switches from the Russell 2000 to the Russell 1000, then the Russell 2000 will, like, ETFs will sell, but then all the Russell 1000s have to buy in. So it's still, you're still going to get a lot of buying. What's interesting, though, is all the Russell 2000 ETFs have lent out all their shares, right? So they have to get all those shares. So they have to recall 2000 ETFs. This is fun. The Russell 2000 ETFs have to recall all their shares in order to sell from the short sellers, because the short sellers have borrowed them all. So if we move to the Russell 1000, first we're going to get a share recall of all the ETFs, right? And then the short hedge funds are going to have to like battle the Russell 1000 ETFs in order to get more shares. So there's actually going to be like a fight to buy the stock between the two of them. Is there a specific date? It's all month. There's specific dates, again, posted in one of my weekly DDs. I think the week before this I posted about it. So it would have been like the DD for the week of 20, or of 5/24 through 28. What do they rebalance? Shares. It depends, Doomslayer. Yeah, it's true. Margin calls can take days, weeks, months. They can have a lot of time, depending on their each of their individual lender contracts, right? But if the risk becomes high enough, so say at like 290 they get margin called, right? And their lender's like, okay, you need to create sufficient margin to continue to hold this position. And they're trying to create the margin, and in the meantime, the stock goes up to 400, right? So the value of this position is up like, you know, what, 20%, 30%, or 500, or 600. right? Who knows? But if it hits one of these numbers, that lender is going to be like, okay, you know what? No time, and they're just going to liquidate them. They're not gonna give them a chance to cover if like the risk of the position exceeds the value of the fund's assets. Why are they rebalancing this month? They do it every year, Tarek. Same around the same time every year. They have a schedule. Could GME join the Russell 1000? Yeah. Bro, you're on fire today. Clip this whole session. I probably should. See, the beautiful thing about this play is you don't need. Hey, Greg, keep being real and spreading the positivity. Thanks for helping people with a place to learn. I wish you the best. Thank you so much, Brad. I appreciate that, dude. Super awesome. Thank you for the donation, man. If you guys can, drop a like, and if you haven't subscribed, do that. As I'm probably going to be clipping the last couple hours of this video in order for everyone to get access to it, because I feel like there's a lot of good information that we covered. One sec, I'm just clipping it now. I'll edit it tonight and get it posted for you guys. I feel like I plugged in the Matrix and learned stocks today. Well, I usually don't talk about this stuff on stream because it's kind of like hard to grasp if you really don't understand this shit at all. Can you? I could make myself into a pickle, Marcus. It's just share price and market cap, Fronium. If they're bled dry, how do we get paid? The DTCC, which is how we expected to get paid anyway, right? Thanks, Brad. I really do try to like get to everyone's questions if I can. I really don't want one of those like YouTube channels where people are like paying to like ask. I think that's so stupid. Like if the streamer's not doing anything, he should be answering questions, right? Like I understand if they're like crazy busy and there's 10,000 people in chat, but if not, like that whole like, oh, I only answer super chats thing is super cringy. Thanks, Matt. Pay to play, yeah. I think it might be just your monitor. Oh no, I kind of drew on my own face a little, maybe. There we go. Do we get Pickle Rick when MOASS starts? Maybe. Thanks, Dre Danger Dan. Not for me, obviously, but for everyone else here, can you explain Max Payne? Yeah, absolutely. Max Payne is the price point at which the most options expire out of the money. Call and put. So it's whatever price where all these options expire out of the money. So that's the max pain is the point at which the people who write the options make the most money. Because options writers want them to expire without being exercised and without having to pay out for them. Your family even know if it can be even a lot or just a bit? Even if so, you know what? You know and what I know. Nice, pickle cum juice. Thank you. What frequency is this? My chart looks so different. 1 minute, lazy weasel. Thor pickle. Ooh. Doomslayer coming in with the hot pickle ideas. I like that. Oh, you know what? That hammer doesn't need to be round. Uh-huh. There we go. I mean, he's like a little cape, doesn't he? I'm gonna update Reddit real quick, guys. 1 second. Does anybody know what max pain is right now? Is it 205 still? $230? Nice. I know it moved up from the beginning of the week. As an inexperienced trader, your stream has been very educational. Also erase all the fun ad watching the ticker alone. Enjoy your grounded perspective. Thanks for it all. Absolutely. Thank you so much, German Ape, man. I appreciate that donation. That's why I do this. I got it. Thank you, guys. I don't know, Jonathan. Maybe. Maybe not. Alethea, you're killing it today. Thanks for your patience. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for the donation. Thank you, guys. As always, donations are super awesome. They help me keep doing this, but a like and a subscribe, more than enough. I understand not everyone likes to donate, or not everyone can, and that's all I ask from you if you can't or don't want to. And if you don't like the channel, hit that dislike and get the hell out of here. Based on Russell's document, market cap is calculated based on closing price on an undisclosed day in May. Rebalancing is last Friday in June. Yep. Thanks, Ranfei. How tempted am I to swing trade this every day? Not very. It's still risky. GameStop does some weird shit sometimes. Brad K, I just want to have you mention my name on stream. You got it, dude. Thank you so much for the donation, man. How much money is Matt Kors making with 6? Well, like after his first month of hitting 100K subscribers, he started like he shared his like his analytics with everyone, because back then he was still trying to be like transparent and cool. And he was already up at like he was making like 100K a week. It was ridiculous. SPY looks like it's gonna bounce up. I know the username I wanted. We could bounce here too, theoretically. Ooh, my workhorse options are now worth $2. Only down 99.41. I mean, like, these were a gamble, and I knew it. So it's money I'm willing to lose. Pickle, where do you find out how many shares are borrowed? I borrow desk. ATP has their own depository of available shares for every stock. Yeah, Crazy Awesome Company has information, I think, on the ETF stuff, like Stonka Tracker, I guess. Time to buy BB puts. I don't know about that. The time to buy them might have been at $20. It looks like it's coming back up, actually. We could have a very interesting intraday on a lot of these stocks, as like GME is getting ready to cross over VWAP. Like, this looks like the beginning of an uptrend. If you guys must, like, if you want to know, like, so it looks like all the meme stocks have bounced off this low resistance for the early morning, and now they're going to be trending up. Especially with no downward market pressure. It's been a while since I donated. I have nothing to ask. Carry on. Thanks, Jay Fresh. I appreciate that, man. Does theta rate decrease once an out of the money becomes in the money? Yeah, the theta decay, yeah, it decreases. Because then the options contract is no longer valued on timed expiry, right?
It's valued on intrinsic value because the option is now of higher value than the underlying stock. AMC options are really high OI at 55, 56, and then again at 58, 59, 60. Yes, correct, Windmill Lily. Hence ramp. Because as each strike price goes in the money, market makers have to hedge them in order to remain delta neutral. Thor Pickle looks like Captain Caveman. I probably should have made him more buff. Big question, but do you have a general percentage on options gains where you would exit? Usually 10 to 20%. It's hard for me to track them while I'm streaming. So I make some like worse plays than normal. Usually I'm really on top of it. But when I'm doing this, it's like I can't really pay attention to like 6 tickers and chat. That's awesome, Hella. I'm glad that your dog has finally accepted me. Just throwing you some support. Thanks, the username I wanted. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, guys, for the donations. Super huge. Oh, I've lost money on Workhorse before, too. But I've also made a bunch of money on it. So I bought it at a really risky time because I assumed that we were gonna run yesterday. Like the meme, like the other short stocks are gonna start running. This is WeBull, Lazy Weasel. If you guys are interested in using this software, there is a link in the description down below where you can sign up. And I think if you create an account, we both get some free stocks. But you can use the charting absolutely free. It's an okay broker. I like their UI a lot, and they're decent for like day trading and stuff. Owning all your GME positions in Webull presents risk though, because as an Apex broker, they're kind of in the same boat as Robinhood. So Robinhood and Webull both use the same clearinghouse, as do a few others that use Apex as well, but what's the blue circle next to GM in your symbols list? Earnings. It's earnings is coming up. Thor Pickle looks like Captain Underpants. Yeah, I'll get some lightning on Molnir. What looks better on MS Teams, magnetic lashes or glue-on lashes? Glue-on, I guess. I mean, how do you magnetize a eyelash to your face? If you edit laser eyes on your Twitter PFP, I will never respect you. Yeah, normally I cut my losses on options in the like 10 to 20% range, depending on the underlying cost and like the size of the position. There's other factors that can play into that. God, so when you see 100%, you're out, no questions asked. Yeah, if I'm at 100% losses, I'm out. They buy or sell them. They would buy shares. So that's how it ramps the price. Is they buy shares to cover the potential for those options being exercised. What am I doing with my 800 GME call? I'm still holding it. I haven't sold it yet. I hope we aren't back to the 3 to 5 million volume days. We might be. I blush when you read my comments out loud. I feel like I'm cheating on my boyfriend. My husband is cool with it though. Let's see what it's like. Oh, interesting. Just E-Trade. Yeah, there's some other brokers. I'm not sure who. You can look it up. Vanguard's solid like a rock. The problem is their UI is complete garbage. Yeah, TradingView. I mean, this one has a 1 tick also. Like this also updates at the 1 tick time frame. It doesn't pull from as many markets as TradingView, but it's also free to use. Brad. Have you seen Hemsworth lately? Yeah, I have. He's been juicing a bit. Oh, interesting. Jacob? No, because I'm not going to pin my thesis on the stock to like theoretical happenings, Jacob. That's a lot of what I do here is show you guys that there are a lot of other reasons that GME is the best stock ever. Houston Wade, I mean, he's interesting. I've watched some of his stuff. I don't dislike him. I think he's got an interesting take. He's got like a very academic background. I don't think he knows anything about the stock market, but he has like, I don't know. He's like fun to watch and stuff. He's got like the academic background to like understand what's going on here. But I think he's kind of like having fun with having like a little community or whatever. I don't really know what's going on with that, but yeah, today's slow. Double bottom? Could be. Double bottom into another double bottom. That would continue the same pattern, right? I bought 15 CLNE, 13 calls. I missed the peak this morning. You didn't miss the peak. There's 7. The calls are for 718. Nick. Everyone needs to calm down on the CLNE shit. These calls are for like 2 weeks from now. Yeah, WeBull has one T. Right here. You can watch it on the 1 second. There's no trading going on GME right now, but there's one. Very low volume. Forgot what it was like. What's this? Yeah, I can pin that. Hold on, Zakir. I don't want to take the DD down to pin it. So generally, it's considered that self-clearing brokers are the safest. Check out your Social Blade profile to see how much you're making on average on YouTube. What the hell is that?
Social Blade? Ooh. It doesn't show me anything. It's useless. You've given me a useless thing to do. Thank you. Thoughts on SoFi? I don't know. It could run. Your screen looks totally different than what I see in WeBull. Porque. I mean, I'm using the software. It's set to black. And I have Hank and Ashi candles on. Those would be the only possible differences. Yeah, I think he's relatable. But is he a data scientist? No, but he might be like an actual scientist. They're 618, right? They're not July. Yeah, 618. Sorry, 618 calls. I was getting confused with my 800 strike call on GME. Thank you, Red Fox. Yeah, CLNE is 2 weeks away. Right? Matt's making way more than 300K a year streaming. If you have like 6,500 viewers, so it's like 6 times what I'm making is his average viewership, right? It's like 6 times in ad revenue. Plus you count like he only answers super chats, he gets money from Tiblio, he gets like free stock from WeBull. Also his CPM is higher because he has like a higher subscriber count. It's like him and Trey make a shitload of money. Houston is a space geologist. That's a scientist. Rock doctor. But he's also he has like a degree in physics, right? Can you make a Thornish on emoji? By the way, you can close Webull to get black BG for screenshots. Yeah, I know. The donors to Trey stream interviewing the AMC guy last night was nuts. I'm sure. If only those people spent more money buying a decent stock and less money paying trade to commit lewd acts with Adam Aaron pre-stream. Well, this looks good. Nice triple bottom. Free Reign. Oh, thank you so much, Free Reign. As always, I appreciate your support. You've been here since day one. Free Reign's the best. Everybody always update her comments if you see them. I want a TA like you. Thanks. Thank you so much for that, Free Reign. This is a decent Johnson's. Like straight up to the 260 test. Let's see how it plays out. I have to hit the restroom real quick, guys. I will be right back. Thank you, Drew.
Hello. I am back. There it is. What's up, guys? What's going on? What happened? Another failed test. That's okay. We'll try again. Volume's picking up. What are other meme stocks doing? What's the market doing? Look at the market. It's trying to do all-time news. AMC's kind of coming up. Yeah, it looks like, it looks like all the stocks are trying to do things. That seems bullish. We left in the stock got mad. I'm sorry, guys. We got goosed. GME News showed unusual options activity, a sweep at 270 or something. Oh, interesting. Really? Let me see. Ooh. Yeah, OI got bumped at 270 pretty hard. Can I buy one of these? So greedy, but I really want to. What happened here? Oh, I have like 71 cents on this account right now. Jerked Gherkin. YouTube drives, well, let me donate to you. So doing it here. Best financial teacher I've had in all 4 months of trading. Hold on, I gotta switch to the browser to read the rest of that. Also, if Marvel is the theme, you need a Rocket Raccoon pickle soon. Marvel's definitely not the theme. I just did one Marvel-esque pickle. Have I done any other Marvel pickles? No. Sean Kingston, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon, man. Enjoy the suite of emojis available to you. Thank you for the membership, dude. 260 marker color green, so we can actually cross it. It's significant. It's a big sweep. So nutmeg player man. Although I'm suspicious of it, given that they're like zero. What's the expiration on the sweep? Does anybody know? I don't want to like open WeBull's shitty news thing. Usual options activity, expiration, 746 volume, 2,543 openage. So 746, 270 calls were just bought. Slightly, that's kind of a lot. Because what's the current price on those? 175 each. It's not that much. It's only $130,000. Office listen Discord. I still got YouTube just to like and then exit. Thanks, Zach. I'm still setting up for a gamma ramp today. Possibly, yeah. I mean, that adds to the ramp, right? Like, hang out longer, lazy weasel, and you will. What's an option sweep? It's generally, like a bunch of options bought at a call price, like a set price. So a bullish sweep just means that somebody bought a bunch of options at a single strike.
Some triangles to make me feel better. I could, yeah. I don't know why the triangles make you guys feel better. I guess it just gives you guys like, well, here's the problem: is the triangle I could draw we've already broken out of. Well, maybe not. Hold on, I can make it there. Although, definitely gonna break out of it on like the next tick. Johnny Diamond Hands, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate the membership, man. If you have any questions regarding getting into the Dillionaires Country Club Discord, just DM me over there and I'll help you set that up after the stream. Is this the Pickle Rick fan club? Strike price on Jimmy to 580. Yeah, some people get 800C, but it's you have to look at different dates, Matthew. 800C's like for this week, the highest strike price is 580. But if you go to like July 16th, or no, is it? Wait, this is June. I need July. Yeah, July 16th, the highest strike is 800. Double doji. No, that's bad. We're breaking down. Two Ichigals, Cthulhu Pickle. Absolutely, Johnny. Thank you so much for that membership, man. What's the dress code for the country clubs? I mean, you just gotta have your dill out. So I actually have a bunch of money on the VIX July 21st strike also. It's a volatility play. Like someone's expecting like market volatility. Quite a lot of it. There's a lot of big money on that strike date. Breaking down because you extended the wedge. If you had just gone with it's I mean the wedge isn't technically like played out yet. I just haven't finished drawing it. No, Long Johnsons don't get access to the Discord. Long Johnsons do get access to the private stream, which, for everyone listening in, is tomorrow from 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. I'll reiterate that a couple times today because, like, no one realized it was happening last week. Yeah, Brad, it's really big bets, like $50 million or something, right? Something big could happen today. See, the beauty of like that like 130K spread coming in, or not spread, but like the 138K in options coming in, is that other people, like, because there was news about it, other people are going to try to make that same play, right? And then that drives more money in, and then like more money and more money. And so like that's one of the reasons I don't like options pickers, is because by the time, like, depending on the options picker, by the time you pick up the interest, you're already like really late to the party. Stop doubting the power of your triangles.
I mean, it's just that I already see them, right? So I don't feel the need to draw them like you guys do. But I understand. I will try to remember that I'm not just doing this for myself right now. 50 million in bets or nothing. I didn't say that. There's not, no. There was the call options that came in on GME were only $130,000, not 50 million. Chasing with options. Yeah, essentially. That's like what things like Tiblio and Option Sonar incentivize. A lot of the time. Sometimes no. But for the most part, I think options pickers are kind of useless. Because, like, if you just found the TA or, you know, the news or whatever that's backing up those options plays, you could have been in much earlier, right? Then by the time the options picker's like, ooh, unusual activity. If you draw triangles, it makes the stonks go up. Sometimes. How do you invest in the VIX? You don't really. You kind of just like jump on it and hope to get some profits. And then you get out. It's very volatile and like very quick. And it's like, it's considered a great way to lose money. What kind of balance do you need a WeBull for level 2 options? None. I think they give you level 3 with just like $100 balance. That's what it, so that is the beauty of platforms like Robinhood and Webull, is that they super incentivize gambling and in such allow you access to like much higher options levels with a much lower account balance than like somebody like Fidelity would. How do I find my plays of the day? I have a scanner that I have set up. Also, some of them are just like stocks I'm watching where things have triggered. Like the one from this morning, on which one was it? Not, I didn't get to play it, but I don't remember now. Autodesk. Was it Auto? Was it Auto? It was Autodesk. Yeah. Like Autodesk, I've had like ongoing TA with that I've just been paying attention to. That was fun. That's like a triple top now, sort of. I don't know. We'll see if we bounce off VWAP. They have a sell wall at 280, which is interesting. Somebody, is there a way to see the complete open interest across all existing expiry dates rather than just for the current week? Yeah, but you need like paid, very expensive paid software to do that. Most of those plays are like weekly, right? Because they're cheap. The dance will not be ignored. What are you guys going on about? Why won't TD let me buy calls for today's expiry? Is that normal? Yeah. Because a lot of brokers won't let you buy calls for 0 DTE after a certain time. You gotta pay to play. Because they don't want you gambling. Because TD Ameritrade likes to parent its investors. Looks like Pickle has gone Hollywood. Oh, have I? I just ignore the Dans because you guys are always talking about insane inter-Dan conflict and like complete bullshit in the chat. And so like generally you guys don't ask me anything important. Do you wear your hat all day when you're not streaming? No, I only wear it when I'm streaming because my headset like bothers my hair and I get issues because I have too much hair. I do intend to cut my hair soon. And then I will no longer wear a hat at all because I don't like hats. It's ironic, but true. Dripper or tank guy? Neither. Just like lame little like salt stuff. I used to like build my own coils and stuff, but it's like, I just don't care about that. I don't want to be some like edgelord vape god. Last question. What's the meaning of life? 42. I've accidentally blocked 90% of the Dans. I don't think I'm missing out. It wasn't an accident. Consider this an open invitation to the Dan hive mind. I'll pass. I don't wear a man bun because no. Bald stream? Nope. That was not nice against the Dans. Are the Dans the reason for the price drops? I don't know what they're up to. It's like the Dans are kind of like having a large group of toddlers in the chat, and that like you need to watch them, but they're old enough that they're not going to get into too much trouble. Anybody remember Pogs? I do. I remember them getting banned at my school because some kid cut his face. Well, because you are so when you buy an option, you're losing money immediately. With the hope of making it back. So your risk, although your risk is priced in, on most stocks, the stocks stay at like a relatively flat rate, right? So if you buy the stock, it's considered safer than buying an option. Also, there's options like calls and puts are much safer forms of options than like you can sell like naked calls. There's those are pretty fucking dangerous. There's a lot of other stuff. It's not just calls and puts. There's much more to it. I suggest you guys do a lot more research before messing with them. If you're just doing calls and puts, it's like, yeah, okay, so you automatically lose the premium, right? So if the stock doesn't move, you just lost money. Whereas if you buy the underlying and the stock doesn't move, you still own the underlying. Could you change view again so we can see the other meme stocks? I'll go over them in a minute. Led you. AMC sort of running. Or the Dan's the Borg. How the fuck do you cut? He cut his face really bad. So somebody had like sharpened their like slammer was that what they were called? Slammers, yeah. Somebody like sharpened the edges of it and it like flipped up and like cut his cheek. He had to get stitches. It was like a whole thing, and then they banned Pogs. So no. Selling uncovered calls is the danger. Sahib, don't tell people don't give anybody financial advice. You're not qualified. Neither am I. No one in here is. Don't get your financial advice on the internet. Speak to a registered fiduciary that has the needs of you, their client, in mind. Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Diggs. I've done wheeling. I don't really have enough capital. I think it's definitely worth it. That was my goal before GME. So like my goal was to trade until I had enough capital to wheel. And then until I had enough capital to like build wealth. Because the day trading gets very tiresome after a while. But GME's kind of upset that plan a little bit. I mean, I still have enough capital that like I can make, and like I do this, and you guys help a lot, and so it leaves you with like I have enough that currently I'm making just about enough that like I'm not really eating into my savings or anything to keep doing this, and so that's super cool. Kind of crossed that threshold in the last few days actually. And I couldn't have done that without all of you, so thank you all so much. But yeah, so currently I have like enough capital that I can still trade a little bit and like pay my bills. But pretty much all my money's in GME right now, like the vast majority of my money. At Pickle Financial, TD Ameritrade something. What's this? Securities with increased margin requirements. Oh, okay. So TDs, no opening options that expire today. Oh, interesting. All stocks are marginable. Requirement 100%. Short selling is not allowed at this time. Oh, here we go. TD is also a big lender. Interesting. And the dominoes continue to fall, my friends. One after another. It's okay. It's like I told you weeks ago, we've already won. We're just waiting for the game to be over. The Dans might make the Dans fight to the death. Are you saying that I've accepted a lot of risk with my triple leveraged gourd futures?
Yes, I am, Halfro. Remember Metal Slammers? Yeah, that's what I was talking about. I love my puck chip. Registered financial advisors are a fiduciary. Dad pride. They are they have a contractual and legal obligation to their client. Whereas I don't know shit about you or your finances. And that's why I can't offer financial advice. Also, I'm not a registered fiduciary. It would appear that, yes, they are no longer lending shares, Danyonair. You're just not going to tell anyone what wheeling is? Basically. I don't even want to go down that road. It's just as I asked you a couple weeks ago, how fulfilling is it to nearly always be right?
pretty fulfilling. I mean, my accuracy rate is gotten pretty high, which has taken years of practice to get to this point. But I like it wasn't until I really started doing this that I noticed, right? Has anyone told you that you look like the handsome Hemsworth? Thanks. If I was in better shape, maybe. To clarify, when I buy a put call for 30, my biggest loss is 30. I can't lose more than 30. That's correct, Dan. But the thing is you've lost 30 up front. I see you more of a Jack Black. Thanks, Ranfei. However you guys want to imagine me, that's fine. I've gotten Colin Farrell. What else have I gotten recently? Brendan Fraser. What do you think is an effective way to learn paper trading? Someone put their pickle in my jar. Lightning bolts. Oh yeah. I forgot to draw my lightning bolts. Ah. You look like a new friend. How you enjoying that playlist, Han Banan? They're like little lightning bolts. What is this yellow stuff? Do you lose wrinkles when you read most of my chats? No. It's great. All right. Do some more like little lightning bolts. Zach Black. You'd be giving me Keith Urban vibes. Thought you should know. All right. Balance the Russell. Is that a science or just common sense playing if the price is at $1,000? I mean, they rebalance to a percentage. If none of us are financial advisors, what kind of expertise do we have in here? I'm a consumer protection attorney, though admittedly a bad one. I mean, I know a lot about stonks. Definitely John Krasinski vibes. All right, that's it. You're getting timed out. I will not be put in that basket. You got timed out, Adam. He probably doesn't know why. Oh well. OBV on the day chart. What do I? Why? Why does everyone want to look at OBV? It's going up because the price is going up. That's what OBV does. It just does like what the stock does. So, ooh, guys, look. The price went up and OBV went up. Holy shit. No, it's lame. OBV is a stupid indicator. It's also prone to false signals after large periods of volatility. What's wrong with John Krasinski? I can't stand him. He's how the whole milk toast argument started. I have 3 weeks of financial experience. For a 30-year-old smooth brain who want to gain some wrinkles in the finance sector. No, it's just reading and learning as much as you can and absorbing knowledge from every source that you can find it. And if it costs money, it's fake. Except, isn't Michael Burry like an actual MD? Like he's kept his medical license? Can Jason Statham play your hat in the movie? That would be amazing. Sometimes I use Wix, but when you're using Wix and you're not drawing from the volume gamer, you're reducing the accuracy of the pattern. So like if you have known odds on a pattern and you're using Wix, like to like you're kind of like forcing it, right? View up and be with us. Yeah, OBV is more useful on a smaller timescale, but then also it's just worse than RSI. Time me out. I'll give you a downvote. Oh no. I'm not timing you out, Brad. Unless you said something about me looking like John Krasinski, in which case I will. If it costs money, it's fake. Yeah, I mean, if it's information and someone's selling it to you, it's a bullshit lie. Like, I've seen the ads that play on my YouTube channel, all lies. What's wrong with John Krasinski? I can't stand him. I don't care if you like The Office. He wasn't anywhere near the best part of that show. Maybe in like season 1, and then he just got so boring and he stayed that way. And then he did that show on Amazon where he was also super boring. Is this just hedge funds pushing the price down? I don't know what this is. I don't know who's buying the stock or not buying the stock or selling the stock or shorting the stock. This is very, very high volatility chop. Also, it's like due to our insane bid-ask spread, which is currently sitting at like 70 cents. How dare you blaspheme the Dwight Jim relationship? I mean, Dwight's the best part of that relationship. not advanced refrigeration. They've offered dividends. GME's offered dividends. They have. What does the large spread in the bid ask indicate? The stock is over shorted. Someone tell C. Hemsworth to stop skipping leg day. Thank you for the donation, Harry. All meme stocks go up, all meme stocks go down. Wait, Jamie is overshorted? No. Head and shoulders, and then reversion to mean, which we're almost at. So expect to bounce at 255. Still no volume. Oh, it's over 250. They don't want it over 260. And they definitely don't want to pick up that $130,000 worth of calls at 270. I'll tell you that much. I didn't really care who ended up with Pam. She was also dull. And like, ugh. They were perfect for each other, I'll say that much. Google it, and he ripped off the YouTube channel he sold. Who? I don't know what you guys are talking about. Max Payne at $1 million this week? No, it's not. I mean, 50 cents is definitely a big bid-ask spread, depending on the interest in the stock, but $1 is definitely a big bid-ask spread. That means if someone buys the stock, it goes up $1. Right? Like right now, if someone were to buy 1,000 shares of Jamie, it'd go up like $2. If someone bought 2,000, it would go up to 258. Or like 260, like that. As long as no selling goes on. Is there anything that is popular that you actually like? Or are you an edgelord with generally everything? I don't know. I didn't say I disliked The Office. I just don't like John Krasinski. You guys can like him. I'm not stopping you from liking him. Why do I have to enjoy the same thing that you do for you to enjoy it? I think that's a more important question that you need to ask yourself. What about Quiet Place? He doesn't even speak in that. I've never seen it. I don't think me and you could be more opposite of people, but I still enjoy your show. Thanks, T Walker. And that's the beauty of it, is we don't have to like the same things for you to enjoy the content here. Nope. We don't even have to like the same things if the same thing is GME. People can come in here who don't like GME, and they can talk about how they don't like GME, and that's fine. There's people that come in here and are all about AMC. And although I disagree, I would never presume to tell them what to do with their own money. The Wire is probably one of my favorite shows ever. I've never even watched The Sopranos because I think the idea of watching my people act like my relatives sounds boring. Bear trapped it. John Krasinski put their pickle in my jar. So I heard your trash talking me. Joke's on you. I'm into that shit. Hey, whatever floats your boat, bro. Well, 255. Let's see if they can drop it lower. Are we going to go all the way down to 250? I'm going to update Reddit because if this breaks down, it will hit 250. I don't like it, but I'm cheating me edging me for 7 months. Yeah, if you guys could drop some likes, that'd be super awesome and greatly appreciated. We don't have a lot of viewers in here today because the stock's boring. What's the most immoral stonks to invest in? I don't know. Paid prisons, chocolate. There's a lot of them. But I can't say that I've never invested in immoral stocks because, or unethical stocks because I don't really know what a lot of the companies I invest in do. Yeah, Nestle's probably pretty bad. Actually, investing in Somalian pirates might be the most moral, right? Because you're attempting to lift them up out of, poverty and their failed state. Don't do it though, because it's definitely still considered like funding terrorism. But yeah, the Somali pirates have their own stock exchange. For anybody who didn't know, it's a fun fact. Yeah, Burry's long on private prisons. That's because if the economy collapses, a bunch of people will go to jail. Suppressed economies generally lead to higher crime rates, which means more inmates, which means more free slave labor for paid prisons. It's a cycle. HBM still ripping. Awesome. Look at you guys making all kinds of money off my picks. I love that. What's the ticker for? They have their own exchange. I have no idea how it works or operates. I would never participate in that because I don't like the idea of a 25-year jail sentence. Burry Megos. I don't know if I'm smarter than Michael Burry. Maybe different. We're different. I do think that a lot of people could have made the play. I mean, a lot of people did make the play he made in like The Big Short. He was one of the first that saw it, but not actually the first. I don't know. He's also got like a huge ego. So there's issues with that. But a lot of the times he just like says a bunch of shit. He's been doing it ever since like 2008. He'll just say a bunch of shit and then like if it comes true, awesome. Yeah, he's Big Short on Tesla and the S&P and bonds. He's predicting a market crash. I don't think he's wrong. Did you cringe when Big Short? I mean, he does invest a lot in water. That's still a big part of Scion's holdings, his water rights, and also his own personal investments. Something to think about. It's not as cringy as you think. So actually, there was an economist in India that predicted it like 6 or 7 months before Burry. And then there was another guy also, like publicly predicted what was going on in the housing market. He was the first to short it. So in some regards, The Big Short is wrong in that aspect. Like if you actually like look it up, he wasn't the first to predict it, but he was the first to like create a play on it, like a financial. He didn't really create a financial instrument. He used a specific financial instrument to short it. How do you have any long-term holdings? I have a few, but like nothing substantial. Bo. Probably Lawrence. I wouldn't doubt it. Who was the first? I forget his name, but he was an economist from some university in India, and he predicted it before Burry even came up with the idea. But that's the thing about like these plays is generally you get a few people predicting it at the same time, right? Like these massive market plays, and then like a little bit down the road, some more will see it, and then as it gets worse, right? Like more and more will start to notice, and then after that point, it's just too late. I mean, like Michael Scott. God, what's his? I can't remember the actor's name all of a sudden. Steve Carell. There we go. I got it. Steve Carell was the like his character was like the perfect example of like by the rumor, right? So he heard this like talk going around of this thing and started to investigate it. And then he bought the rumor. So it kind of goes like the initial discovery, then the rumor, and then the news. And if you're buying here, you've already lost. This is a good place to be, and this is the best place to be. I kind of like yellow. It shows up really nice on the stream. That's not the guy's real name, I know. A DFE tweet? What was DFE's tweet? I want to see. Okay, I've definitely seen. That's funny. I've seen that movie. I can't remember the name of it, but I've seen it. What program do you use for drawing? Epic Pen. Jans, I'm headed out for a bit. I'll be back later. See you later, Daniel Taylor. Pickles don't have hair, Conrad. Unless I put hair on them. %. What are you talking about, Flaming Cat? Good to know, Plunter. Hurry Pickle does sound yuck.
Wow, the volume is gone. This is absolutely gone, guys. This is terrible. Are we still within this? Let's see. Swan. No. 5 minute. I mean, still higher highs. And higher lows from that dip. Zoom out more. Huh. Interesting. All right. Drop below 250. That's fine. It's still just 255. Oh yeah. AMC dipping below VWAP after Head and Shoulders. BBY same. Weaker, but same. Blackberry, not the same pattern. Workhorse, kind of the same pattern, but coming back. That's not a meme stock. All right. One-time lurker, first-time commenting. Thanks for all the great work you do. Really making the stream lighthearted, fun, easy to understand. Thank you, Megamole. I appreciate that, man. As always, if you guys are kind of just lurking and you have a question, feel free to ask. There's no question too dumb for me to answer. Except if you ask me what VWAP is. Yeah, Megamole, I don't know too much about European brokers. You can ask around in the chat, or if anybody knows, like, or they really like their broker, maybe give them a positive review of some sort. But I would just suggest doing your research on it. One, 5, 1 hour, 4 hour. I really like 4 hour. 1 day's pretty useful. Week and month can be, depends on the stock. But like 1, 5, 1, and 4 are my. So like 1 minute, 5 minute, 1 hour, 4 hour are like my go-tos, and then daily for certain indicators. If I buy in one state, move, then sell, which state's taxes apply? The state you sell in, Moonwen. I think. But, you know, ask somebody who does taxes. Because I don't know that much about it. What's FIWA? What's your WeBull setup? Okay. I'm trying to encourage lurkers to ask questions that they've been wondering, because some people have social anxiety. That does not
mean that all the people that ask questions in the chat all the time need to start asking a bunch of stupid questions. Is this a short ladder attack? How does IB compare to WeBull as far as UI? Oh, I mean, as far as UI, WeBull's way better. IB does not have a great UI. IB, however, does have insanely good order execution, but they also charge a commission. I mean, I don't know. So because of Robinhood, so what happened in January was Apex shut down trading. No buying, right? For like an hour. So all the brokers that use Apex shut their buying down for an hour. Robinhood, which is one of the Apex brokerages, shut it down all day. And so WeBull and a lot of those kind of get tied in with it. None of them shut down selling. So, I mean, there's that. Robinhood also has some like kind of shady like end user agreements, but I don't like Robinhood. But yeah, I understand why people could be a little beefed. Go back to the extreme low volume days. Makes you think like what really happened on Wednesday. I mean, low volume days are part of any stock, right? Like if the market volume's low. Bank of America announced they're terminating coverage of GME. I don't know what you mean, Peaches. What's terminating coverage? I've explained bid ask a few times, Jacob. It just means that one side's getting hit more than the other, right? So if you short, you hit the bid, and the bid decreases, and then if you go long, you hit the ask, and then the next ask is higher, right? And that's how a stock's price moves. And so if there's a lot of gap between those, it means one's getting hit far more than the other. Do you think the Elliott wave theory holds a GME? Absolutely not. I mean, how many times does EW have to prove false on this stock before people stop going on about it? Yeah, it's I don't think Elliott wave. I think there's stocks that Elliott wave works on really really well. They're generally high interest, large float, like blue chip stocks. And I think Elliott Wave's like best on those stocks. They're very predictable in their patterns, and the like broader market psychology applies to them more. June ETF annual rebalancing. Yes. Annual rebalancing's a big deal. It'll create, I think, a lot of volatility throughout the month of June as ETFs scramble to buy up GameStop. Dan Matthews, I'm using WeBull. It's in the description if you guys want a link. Does OBV really indicate that we're holding? I mean, yeah. Not in the sense that people think, but yeah. If people were selling the stock, it'd be going down, right? So since the stock's only been going up, that means that no one's selling it, but people are still buying it. Analysts won't grade it anymore. Oh, who cares? Analysts are useless. That's just more Wall Street circle jerking. So I think it's worth $15. Well, I think it's worth 20. Ah, dickheads. They didn't create any synthetics, at least stonking meter today. What do you think they will be returning today? Hard to say, oh man. But they usually return shorts at the end of the day, but yesterday they didn't, and they didn't create any synthetics, at least in stonking meter today. Do you think they will return today? They might not. I mean, like, they have to cover to return them, right? MVIS ripping. That's interesting. Is anything else? I don't know. When you guys say ripping, I like generally doubt. I wouldn't call that ripping. It went up $1. Someone covered something or bought a bunch. I think we could see that play out on a few stocks here. Saying terminating coverage is that they won't rate it anymore. Oh, okay. Shining on. B of A is stopping forward-looking TA and ratings on GME as they believe the price is detached from the fundamentals. They're wrong. What if the price is attached to the fundamentals and still suppressed? Man, they will just... This reminds me of like the rating agencies back in 08. Yeah, Joseph, arbitrage will happen. Arbitrage will find balance in between the two. You don't have to worry about that. It was worse. You couldn't buy on Robinhood if you had more than 10 shares. You just couldn't buy on Robinhood at all. Hey, girl, can I get a MOASS? What influences whether a company makes it into the Russell 1000? It's just market cap, yeah. I think there's something else, but I forget what it is. It's mostly market cap. Like your stream, assuming you know the squeeze will happen at a certain date, why wouldn't it be the best play to buy a ton of call options at 800 in theory? Well, I have no idea what date the stream is gonna, or what date the squeeze is gonna occur on, right? Like, there's no way to tell because, like, several things have to fall into place simultaneously to begin the squeeze. And that's why having a bunch of call options at 800 is super risky. And it's not like market makers don't know there's like they'll do anything they can to prevent the squeeze from happening when there's a bunch of 800 call options sitting on the market. Did you see B of A no longer release market prediction on GME? Random question. Favorite book series, not stock related. Ooh. Book series? It's got to be like Sword of Shannara or Lord of the Rings. Thoughts on Sumo? What the hell is Sumo? Oh, it's running today. Bit late. Bit late to get in on it. It's got range, though. I guess if it breaks $20, it can run to like 26. I don't know anything about the company, and the volume's super low. So if it does run to 26, it's not going to do it quickly. What's arbitrage? You know that computer that you're watching me on? Use that device to look it up. I don't know if they're the best e-commerce team ever assembled, Stefan, but yes, they have very good leadership. They have zero debt. They have lots of revenue. The issue is that the analysts need to reevaluate the fundamentals of GME, and they refuse to. Is there a point where you'll stop streaming? Yep, there will be, and you'll find out about it when it happens. Answering content I'm looking for. For the earnings report, Knuckleballer. Upcoming earnings. So on WeBull, it's displayed as a little blue E. Incentive for investment bank to provide research coverage on GME since there's likely no revenue generation potential. Research analysts are bought and paid for anyway. Yep. Arbitrage is in the computer. It's the ghost in the machine, guys. All right, well, Witch is now sharing arbitrage for everybody who wants to know, because he's probably also tired of hearing the question. How do you feel? How are you feeling about HBM now? I don't know. I haven't looked at it. I didn't have time this morning to play it. I mean, if you bought in the pre-market, you would have made or bought yesterday, you would have made a ton of money. There was a really good, it had a really good open. So that was an excellent opportunity to like buy it open, sell it to 64. Now it looks like it's going to test that upper resistance. Unless it falls back to VWAP, in which case that would be your risk. But yeah, it looks like it's just running up. I would expect it to bounce somewhere near the upper resistance. However, still very low volume though. I probably actually wouldn't have traded this because the volume's so low. But I do like the formation, and like obviously there was money to be made here, like quite a bit. If you had like 7.5 options open this morning, I probably would have played options on it, but looks good. If you guys are in on it, awesome. I mean, that's why I post those over there. So you guys can like look at them, but like I honestly I wouldn't have played it because the pre-market volume is too low. Said lenders keep collateral in a default. It's not a default. They just keep the collateral. They collateral not good towards recovering shares, and the DCC holds the bag for the rest. Nope. No, the collateral is given to them by the borrower. The borrower is responsible for covering the shares. When calls get in the money and people sell them instead of exercising them, does that limit the potential for a gamma squeeze? I mean, no, because the gamma squeeze is based on market makers remaining delta neutral and not based on people actually exercising. Basically, nobody exercises options. It's very rare that options actually get exercised. What songs will you listen to during the MOASS? None. Files go in the computer. How does weekend trading work? Is it just Friday after hours and Monday PM? Yeah. Or AM. It's Monday AM, Friday after hours. So Friday till 8:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, and then Monday at 4:30 a.m. it begins again. Pour water. Oh man, I'm way behind on chat again. Not trying to spread FUD. Genuinely smooth brand. How do we know Hedgies are still aggressively shorting GME? Is it on Finra GDs and Reddit? No, they have to. Also, like you can check, you can look up daily short volume, and it exceeds like 50-60% every day. So the majority of shares traded on GME are traded short every single day for the past 6 months now, and before that, but you don't need to go back that far. Arbitrage is a 2012 film. Desperately, a sale of his trading empire makes an error that forces him to turn to an unlikely person for help. That's funny. Usually, doji stars before the breakout of a bull flag, like we have in the 4-hour chart right now. Let's take a look. Yeah, I mean, technically, right? Like this is beginning to break out. So if we draw the actual bull flag here, the breakout has begun. Is that the peak? Hold on, I gotta zoom out. Yeah. Boop, boop. So the breakout's actually beginning, which is interesting. So yeah, we could break out here and just rip today. Plenty of time today for that to happen. And I hope it does, because I have a really worthless option right here that costs like $500 that I would like to still make some money on. But we will see. But with the volume, like nothing's going to happen. Yeah, short interest has definitely increased significantly since January. Is what the data points to. And the data is rarely wrong. You got it, Sean McPherson. What does old MacD have to say? We could check him out. Ah, the old Mac Daddy. Looking like it's gonna keep ripping. Like this does not look like it's approaching a downtrend at all, right? So like this one looks like it's gonna at least go for a while. Like maybe a crossover here, like near the 25th. But no indication that this is stopping anytime soon. But look how low the volume is compared to like the last run-ups. Look how much price increase we've had. And look at that volume. Like it's like non-existent even compared to the run-up in the end of February, like beginning of March. That's crazy. The stock's much less volatile nowadays too, if you notice. Because their ability to short it is poopy. If you're feeling bad about your option, about the same one Wednesday for 1600, ooh, Ouch. Okay. I feel less bad now. I mean, I don't feel bad about it. I could have gotten rid of it at quite a lot of money, but I didn't. I know you've already done so, but could you explain what max pain is? Max pain is simply the price at which the majority of written options expire out of the money. I'm looking for this to be over so the truths can come out and we can see where folks were right and wrong. There'll be none. There'll be no transparency into that. I'll tell you right now. No truth will actually come out. You might get some like news a little later, but it's very unlikely that we're gonna get any like actual information on it. I'm learning so much from you. Most of my Genie stock is in public and Apex Co. Tried to transfer to Vanguard, but it's a hassle. Also, don't want to be in limbo during the MOASS. I think Fidelity has really fast transfers, Karen. Thank you so much for that donation. But yeah, I think if you look like into Fidelity, I've heard people have. I haven't transferred any shares ever, so I'm not really sure. But I've heard Fidelity takes like 2 days. Mega Mole, why do you consider chocolate as an immoral investment? Because it promotes like slave labor, child endangerment. The people who produce it are not the ones who get paid. All the money that's generated from chocolate is generated in the commodities market. It's just not good for anyone, really. That hasn't stopped me from eating it, but I don't invest in it, if that makes sense. Inside info, Long Johnson incoming. Since shorting is still happening, it's continued since January. They haven't covered any of it. That's not how it works. They don't cover. There's no covering going on. If they'd covered, the stock would have rocketed. If the Fed prints trillions of dollars, I don't know. The Fed printed an awful lot of money back in 08, and not too many questions got asked or answered. The Citadel an option writer? Yeah, they're a market maker. Yes, Max Payne is good for them. They're one of many. Let me remind you that Citadel is not the only one. But just because questions are raised doesn't mean things are answered. Right? Like the public being upset about something does not equal transparency. Thanks, Renzor. There's a few chocolate makers that do, but not many. And I mean, I wouldn't know how to actively trade those anyway. So I do know that chocolate's very profitable during like harvest time, whenever that is. It's like a seasonal commodity trade. But even like, yeah, even like the fair trade and ethically sourced chocolates is usually just like bullshit. It's like saying your food's all natural. Like their system might be fair trade, right? But like that can impose on the rest of the system and make the rest of the system more unfair. think it's possible the Hedgies have shorted the amount of friends I have, and therefore I actually have more friends than I currently see. Will you leave your donation link up after MOASS so I can drop you a donation after I have money for all the entertainment you have provided? Sure. There's been a few people that are like, dude, I'm gonna donate you 1 share of GME after this is over. And I'm like, I'm gonna leave it up because I'm really interested to see how they'll facilitate that at $500 at a time. Like, do you know how long it takes to transfer $10 million in $500 increments? So I want to like use it as like a gauge of commitment because I just think that'd be funny. What do you think about the rumor that says MOASS starts on 6/9? I don't know. Could. Rotten? What's rotten? I'm rotten? Are you calling me rotten, Costellosaurus? That's not nice. I donated in your name to the Human Fund. Great charity. Okay. Thanks. I don't believe in charity. Just so everyone's aware of that. Please don't donate in my name to charity. If you're going to donate to charity, go for it. But I think charities are a scam. We can't just literally give you an actual share. I don't like Seinfeld, so I don't get it. Why is 10 million floor possible again? Is it because the shorts are legally obligated to buy every single share in the float? They're legally obligated to cover every single share in the float, Stephen Daniel. There's a lot more shares they have to buy before we get to the actual float. Because they have to clear the market of all the synthetics first, which is going to be very difficult. I believe 6/9 lines up with the T+. Yeah, so I agree with that statement. We may not understand the T+ cycle, but it does exist. I can get on board with that statement. I'll do it. Yeah, go for it. Not you, charity. Oh yeah, you guys can donate to charity if you want. But not charities. IES. I don't know if we'll know the vote count or not, Justin. Do you think GFG's time machine is a hot tub? Maybe. I don't know. Like, none of my thesis is tied into the shareholders meeting. So like, I'm stoked about it, and I hope it all goes down. Right? Like, obviously that'd be super dope, but it really has nothing to do with why I bought the stock. What do I think the base value of Jamie post MOASS without suppression? 350 to like 500 probably on like fundamentals, and that's provided they have like a good profit to earnings this for this last quarter. Best guess on when MOASS takes off? There isn't one, dude. That's not like that's not how it works. And I feel like you in particular have asked me that question like 30 times. Just be prepared for like a long ride. Like I don't understand that sentiment. Like I understand the impatience, but like this is like a guaranteed thing, right? Unless there's some massive fundamental change. So, does it matter if it happens today or like in 2022? No. And mentally, you need to be prepared for any period of time that it would take. They will have amazing profit this quarter. I don't think so. Better than last quarter, maybe. I don't expect earnings to be super good. What's my favorite boomer stock? Oh. O is my favorite boomer stock. Spears or Whole? Whole. Spears get all soggy. I'm basing my whole life around this happening in June. Whatever. Yeah, you might have to. What's the Pickles name? I don't know. I didn't name him. Thorkel? I estimate it will be fired by July 17th. Guys, I love DFE. I do. But even he can't predict when MOASS is going to happen. Because the stock is just going to go from periods of low likelihood, like low percent chance, to high percent chance. And let me tell you, DFV is prepared to hold until his thesis plays out. He's held this long, right? And like the shareholders meeting increases the likelihood. But if it doesn't happen, then we could move into another period of low percent chance, right? Waiting for the next catalyst to come in. So catalysts simply increase the likelihood. Now, underlying fundamentals can increase these low points, like lenders are pulling the ability to short. That increases the likelihood. Like, there are a lot of factors currently increasing the likelihood, but mentally, you really need to be prepared to hold until it happens, because you should expect more fuckery to occur. It's not like the markets are all of a sudden going to become more fair so this can happen for us. Like, all we have to do is wait. But for the hedge funds that are short this stock, this is life or death, possibly the end of their careers. They have a lot on the line, right? And they will do anything within their considerable power to prevent this. When will you stop streaming because of boredom? I probably won't. I kind of like doing this. It's fun. It's definitely more fun than just watching stocks by myself. I didn't think it'd be so much fun. I kind of like didn't want to stream initially. And then like so many people wanted me to, and it was getting hard to like keep up with all the questions by like writing the answers. And I had like a list of like answers that I was just copying and pasting at one point. And I was like, you know what, this would be way easier to do in just like a live chat, right? Though I understand the transformation underway is probably very involved, I'm underwhelmed by GameStop stock releases, even regarding the format for 6.9. Yeah, I mean, I don't like that, like, they're super boring George Sherman doing the thing again. Thor Pickleson. Oh man, I am so far behind. You don't expect higher than EPS? I mean, it might be. I think it might be higher than the previous quarter, but still not super good, right? Like, they're not an e-commerce powerhouse yet, and they're not realizing the profits from that potential yet. So, like, their earnings are still going to be pretty lackluster. If he was a time traveler, that's nonsense. Does the ceiling of margin call get lower for shorts as we progress in time? Possibly, but that's based on factors that we don't have any insight into. I can stay interested in a stock longer that could possibly make me filthy rich than they can stay solvent. Yeah. My bad. I didn't think I asked multiple times. Didn't mean to annoy you. You're fine, Ferran. So you're saying you like us? What was the first mascara you will recommend when you get a beauty stream? Mascara? You will recommend? I don't know. I haven't even begun to do my research on the beauty stream yet. Thrombosis is no joke and can happen to anyone. Thrombosis? I need to get a standing desk. That's my next goal. Oh, thank you, Let's Get Swifty. I appreciate that. I probably do need an FAQ. Did I miss the one secret Hedgies don't want us to know about? I haven't gotten a new chair yet. They're like, so I was gonna get one of those like Titan XLs, and then it's back ordered for so long. But I really just need a standing desk. I think the standing desk might be more important than the chair. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, like, when I was day trading, I was only in my chair for like an hour or two a day, and I'd like get up and do things. But with the streaming, yeah, it's definitely really bad for me to be sitting for like 7 hours a day like this. I already like feel effects from it. Last 100 shares were borrowed. The stock offering count towards earnings report? Sort of. I have a flexi spot desk where you can just put it on your current desk and then raise and lower. Very reasonably priced and quality. Check them out. I'm like 6'3", so are you sure to go high enough, Mr. Diggs? Because I've seen like a lot of the ones that you just put on your desk, but they don't go nearly high enough for me. Yeah, I know. You have to they're not cheap. Like the good ones are really expensive. And on a lot of them uh, I'm right in assuming you have 69 monitors at your desk. No, I just use two. And the uplift can go too high. Okay. The other issue I have, would I be able to put like VESA mounts on that, Mr. Diggs? Because like my monitors and my microphone are all like VESA mounted. So I'd have to attach those to the like lifting portion. Please do something wild to entertain us. Start a crowd fund in your stream. We like your streaming. You might as well do our best to help keep you around. Just about the bull and get a standard desk. We purchased multiple from Uplift. Good quality, great customer service. Okay. Trading profits are not proportional. I have two really big monitors. I have a lot of screen real estate to work with. I have like 54 inches of screen real estate. Okay, that's good to know. Has 6 monitors and 120-pound lighting programming console on it. And which desk is this, Windmill Willie? It's hard to keep up with all the different desks. Finish laptop. I have a 17-inch laptop also, but I'm not using it. I've never felt the need to have like a screen for each trade. To be fair though, when I'm like day trading, I usually focus like I don't it's not like I'm like a desk trader at like a fund. I'm not trying to move around like $500,000 and unwind crazy shit all day to minimize risk. Also, in my experience, the more monitors you get, the more you use them. And like all that does is just create need for more monitors. Like you can never actually have enough of them, and so it's better to just cut yourself off at some point. I'm gonna join the Dillionaire Club so you can get that desk. Under his VWAP, praise be. Tell us about your day trading routine. I just I like wake up at like 6:30, go through my scanners, look for what look at the different stocks, see what looks promising, and then I make like a short list to monitor in like the pre-market, and then some of those get cut, and then by like market open, I'm only trading like one or two stocks usually, and then I'm usually in and out of those pretty fast. Let's all make PowerPoints of the desk we think you should use. I scan for things like market cap, um, like testing lows and highs. I look for ideally lower IV, volume. Sometimes I'll look up like moving average. Since you're almost at 4.2K subs, remember this. I do, man. That's so funny. I do remember that. Wow, are we almost at 4.2K subs? That's crazy. It's only been like a few weeks. Thank you all so much for subscribing and liking and like building this community up with me. Really from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate it, guys. And 4.2K subs is bullish, right? Like, that's 420. Thank you, Popcorn Dividend. Wait, what's your name? You gonna make various pickle shirts and hats? Everyone wants it. I don't know. I'm really like I want to make Secure a shirt. Like I have someone doing that right now. And I want to get that up, but like I don't know how much merch I want to make right now. I already have like a ton of problems with like Super Stonk and like the witch hunt thing. And so like I feel like merch is only gonna add to that. Cause then it's like you're really like a YouTuber, right? Like right now at least I have some like ground to stand on. I know, KO. Been here since sharded on shares in the no video day. Oh, that day that my camera broke? I still have no idea why that happened. I practice my triangles. Can you look at HBM? I think it's breaking up. I'll take a look for you, man. I mean, was it Oh, sorry, HBM. Wrong stock. So this is a bull flag. You have a good chance of a break to the upside. It looks like pressure is fairly positive. But again, the issue I had with this stock this morning and the reason I didn't trade any of it today is very low volume. So it's not only is it kind of volatile because of that low volume, like it does look like positive pressure. It could break out here. But your volume's kind of low and you're seeing a lot of dips below resistance because of that. And so this could easily fall. So just remember that because stocks can move really quickly on low volume like that. So watch your risk. If anything, like if I was trading this, I would probably have a stop limit set until I confirmed a breakout. So I'd have a stop limit set here at like 759. And then a limit at like 758 probably. But maybe even lower, like maybe 758, 757. That way, if it did break to the downside, And then I would be moving that limit down as we progressed through the bull flag, right? So that limit would have to decrease. And then if it broke to the upside, I would simply just cancel the order and wait to confirm the breakout. So I hope that helps you kind of understand that. But again, I'm not in on that stock today, so I don't really know. But that's probably how I would be trading that at that moment. I do not like the low volume, however. Don't become one that you hate. Yeah, I don't want that. I assume dumb drama. Yeah, it is. Sometimes, I don't know, like the community at large over there feels very like betrayed by YouTubers, which I guess I understand. I mean, I do too in a way. That's a lot of the reason I started this is because I felt like the people doing this were looking out more for their own interests. They were disingenuous. Um, did you smoke cigarettes before vaping, or did you just pick up vaping? Oh, I smoked cigarettes for a long time, like a fiend. I quit about a year ago, a little over a year ago, and I haven't gone back. You're in YouTuber denial so hard, I guess. Maybe it's just imposter syndrome. Agent Evan Scairn, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate that membership. If you have any issues getting into the Dillionaire Discord, DM me over there, let me know. And I will help you out after stream. Also, just so you guys know, if there's any like questions you don't want to ask in chat or whatever, you can always message me on Discord. I answer all the questions I get every day, so far successfully, unless they're just really, really super dumb. And even a lot of those I answer too, so I usually spend about 2 to 3 hours after stream answering questions for anybody who has them. I'm gonna update Reddit real quick, guys. How many times do I have to try to help you people? MVIS. Ooh. MVIS getting covered again. Hmm. $21 call. I mean, yeah, but like, I don't know. They're cheap, but zero expiry. I don't know. I'm sure NVIS is gonna run. Like, it looks like that's the like short stock they're covering today. I don't have any money in this account, or I'd pick up like a couple options because I think I still have like an hour on WeBull to buy 0 DTEs, or maybe I buy them for like next week. But Interesting. I didn't know that WeBull paper trading will let you set stops. That's good to know. I don't know. Use limit orders instead, or just use stop losses, right? Because you're paper trading, it doesn't matter. It's this. I mean, it's the same practice essentially. Like if mentally you can remember that, you would in normal practice be setting a stop limit. Jamie G, we know about MVIS. It's been doing shit all week, man. We've been paying attention to it. Do you know anything about MindMed? I've been eyeing it for long-term buy after the squeeze. I do. I mean, yeah, I guess if you're super long-term on it, it's got potential. I don't know. Like if you get FDA, like if FDA lifts the restrictions on like psilocybin, like antidepressant treatments and stuff like that, like you can expect bigger pharma players to step in. And so like first to market doesn't matter if you can't dominate that market by the time it becomes accessible. And I don't think they're gonna like dominate the market before then, right? So it's like it's kind of like the way I consider like the marijuana industry moving into the US is that like once you have like federal legalization for marijuana, there are much bigger players that are going to move in on it. That are just like companies like Tilray and like High Tide and like Sundial. um, Unless they have massive distribution networks or some sort of like groundbreaking technology, they're just going to get obliterated by like the flood of like gigantic tobacco corporations and like super SPACs that are just gonna like attempt to move in on that market and take over. And I feel like legalized or like medical psychedelics are in the same position. Oh, cool, Zach. Thank you. Good luck, man. It's hard. Oh, thanks, Skono. I still haven't gotten to really watch any of your trade spotting stuff. Thanks, Secure. Yeah, I know it did. I mean, I guess I could buy some in my other account. Let me see if I can pick up like a 20, 21. Pricey. All right, I picked up two at 21 for next Friday for 611. Just found you this week from your amazing GD. Don't have anything to dono but lurk and like it every day. Thank you for the awesome streams. Thanks, Ben. I appreciate the support, dude. Don't ever worry about like donations and stuff, guys. Like I understand if you're able to, awesome. And you want to, great. But if you can't, that's also fine. I like having you here. As insiders, I assume they can't day trade or trade as quickly as retail investors. I don't know who you mean. How much? Ouch. Now you're shilling me for being excited. I paper handed because I didn't want to carry it overnight. not shilling you for being excited. I think you're like, I understand you're very excited. You need to get those motions in check, though. We've had in ages, and look at the volume. I request Warlock Pickle. Lawrence, I'm working on it, but chat's been super busy today. Oh, it's broadening. Fibonacci head and shoulders. Possibly. Trade spotting top tier. Over under on how many? The only video I ever saw of his when he was going over like yearly volatility. I saw like 5 minutes of it. It seemed fine. He knows. I think he. At least from what I saw, he was knowledgeable in TA. I can't really comment because I haven't seen enough of it. Time for a new pickle. Something to push the volume. Well, that better get some new art. It's NOK 50. It's not US dollars. DJ D22. Next Friday on MOASS. Jesus, that's way out of the money. Good luck with that. Ash, remember when you're that far out of the money, you're playing the IV. So, like, it's unlikely that it'll hit 41, right? So, you're playing the percent increase on implied volatility. And so don't expect it to be in the money when it's profitable. So you'd be looking for your profits below being, you're looking for profits based off the upward movement of the stock. In regards to costs, why wouldn't the family hold for a short squeeze itself? I mean, they do, right? Like, they just hold it and then it squeezes 50 shares of Nokia. No. Pickle pods. Little breakout wedge forming on GME. Look how tight that consolidation is getting. Maybe it'll break soon. Yeah. And we could have like a break for the day, actually. Like, we kind of have like the trend line, right? Like that bull flag I drew. Like, we could pop. I don't know. We need volume though. There's no volume. You can't run on no volume. What does 100,000 yen get me? Good luck, Geo and friends. Peek at 45. Touch the red button. Liquidity dried up. Yeah. All right. Let's see what I can do here. Ooh. Not a Hadoken. No shares to borrow means that shorts have no ammo to drive the price down, and the sideways trading is an artifact of status quo. Yeah, essentially. No one's buying, no one's selling, right? Unexpected. Oh, okay, Ash. I was just letting you know that, like, when you buy that far out of the money, a lot of the times you're not playing like intrinsic value, right? We also don't need a lot of volume to go up. Like, if someone bought, like, say someone put in a market order for 10,000 right now, like, we just shoot up to like 265. Last Friday we closed $40 on the day. You think we see a push for those expiring 300 options? I'd like to, because mine's currently worthless. Costellosaurus, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate the upgrade. Have fun in the Dillionaires Country Club. And if you have any issues getting in, just DM me on Discord and I'll help you out after the stream. Also, for anybody that is a Long Johnson or a Dillionaire, tomorrow morning between 12 p.m. and 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, we will be having our live stream, like our members only live stream. And I hope to see you guys there. It was pretty fun last time, and I'm pretty excited for it this week. Thanks, Ashley. I appreciate that. It's not working. I'm doing my best here, man. Is this the Dan cannon? No. Like we're consolidating on the upward side of this like trend, right? So like the potential for breakout's definitely there. It's just like, are we gonna see that today, or are we gonna see that next Monday? Options, so only play with small amounts of money and learn from. Okay, that's smart. It's definitely. I mean, when I was learning options, I definitely started. Well, I don't know. I didn't start that small. But like when I paper traded them, I started small and worked my way up to like taking bigger risks. And by the time I was trading actual capital, I was already very used to it. We just had a 35K 5-minute candle. Yeah, volume's completely dead. 10K for a $10 jump. Check. Checking loan options. I did not say that, DJ D22. Because the downside of that is like that's the potential upside, right? But like if you bought 10,000 at market right now, like they're gonna see that market order come in and slam shorts into it, right? Also, they're starting to build up their little walls a bit thicker. Stocks options expire like weekly or monthly. It's based on like the interest in the stock. So like if there's a lot of options interest, they'll start to widen like the spread and the frequency of the options. I bought an MVIS 61840 and a 61122C. The 22C is down 10%. The 40 is up 42. Bought it at the same time. Yeah, that happens. Welcome. That's because the IV on the 40 is higher. The further away out of the money you are, the higher the IV gets. So when IV spikes, those options go up more than nearer the money options, right? Because like once an option's in the money, the implied volatility lessens and the intrinsic value goes up. The theta decay also goes down. Or nearer to the money. The further out of the money it is, the more volatility. G's middle name is Dan. I don't think so. It was just the blast we needed. Let me get it like right on the stock though. There might be a wedge on the 5. I'll check it. Five's good for confirming. Yeah, there is. So we have this. A little bit. Like, I guess we already broke out of it once, or we tried to. Yeah. That's pretty solid. I mean, it's kind of within the bounds of the bull flag, but like, yeah. We definitely have a breakout possibility soon. There we go. Zoom in on that. Expand. Is that good? Sorta. Yeah, this could break out. In the next, like, 15 minutes or so, I'd be looking for it. Like something to the upside. It's not. It's just using pickle powers. You make money off the value of the contract, Ivy. The contract has value. Breakout today because triangles. I had to work on a down cat scan all day. Have I really missed anything? Looks like just sideways. Yeah, mostly sideways. It does look like we might be breaking out of that wedge, though. Well, it's not that we like 254, C. Santos. It's just that, like, there's nowhere to go because there's no volume. You get this pickle right on that. Although a buy wall just went up. That's interesting. Okay, there's the breakout. Let's see if it confirms. We're still below VWAP also, which is kind of poop. Up 1,200% on MVIS today. Awesome. Where did Pickle Finance Gherkin? It was just like a screen name I had for when I like playing video games. Adam Rollins. Thank you for the like and subscribe though. I appreciate that, dude. Good job, Stefan. What made you draw the wedge through the body of the big candle? That second peak. I don't have experience. I didn't see that as the first breakout. So like, if we go back out to the 5 minute, so I drew that because the like the high volume for the day was here, right? And like we're trading. I mean, you could draw it further out. Technically, it would really be more accurate further out, but like it looked like we were already consolidating to a breakout. So like you could go out to here and like would be like out. God, I hate. It's the only thing I hate about this program is like sometimes it's so hard to draw lines there. Um, so it could be like that also, but it already looked like we were about to break out, and like and this was technically a breakout over resistance as well. Like we went up over 260, and so that's why I counted that as a breakout. Because it did take us over resistance. Can you describe buy wall and sell wall like I'm a baby Cornichon? No. They're just limit orders that are placed on the order book. Um, and essentially what they do is they're designed to slow down price movement in one direction. We're not above VWAP. VWAP's up here. We're below VWAP. If you're up 1,200%, why would you lose it? Because you're greedy. I mean, I guess. I mean, yeah there's potential, but 1,200%, I'd be pretty happy with those profits. Like they're like, oh, bro, you paper handed, but it's like, I was up 1,200%. Become a zillionaire or Long Johnson. What's better? The dillionaire is the highest level of membership. So it goes Cornichon, Long Johnson, then dillionaire. Thanks, Jamie. It's funny hearing naysayers say apes are crazy and delusional. My friend who's short on Jamie is just as stubborn, if not more. They're the ones liable to lose massively. Possibly. Yeah. I think so. Yeah, you guys, like, I guess we don't really talk about, like, the psychology of the enemy a lot, but they think we're a bunch of, like, retard idiots, and, like, they don't, they don't respect our position at all. So it goes like both ways, right? Like they think as badly of us as we do of them. And it's probably infinitely frustrating being short a stock and like trying to short it into obsolescence, and then every time you short it, the opposition buys more. VWAP hats are extra money. I know. Everyone wants a VWAP hat. I don't know. It's so hard for me to cross that gap. Use WeBull app for the free, same as our Master Gherkin. I want to use WeBull for free, and I have a Fidelity account. Yeah, I use WeBull charting to trade on Fidelity a lot. Like I'll trade on Fidelity, but all my charting I'm doing on WeBull. You think Tesla recovery is sustainable? Is Tesla recovering? It should be. The market's going up. Maybe. God, I wish I bought some of that this morning. Yeah, I mean, Tesla can run. If it breaks 600, it's going to run. It's just going to keep running. Looks good. This doesn't. Halfer wants you to sell out.
Tesla pump and dump? Maybe. Right after you asked a question, did you say zillionaire or Long Johnson? That's where I want to be. Dillionaire is the highest level. Long Johnson's the second highest level. It depends what you want. Like if you want to be part of the Discord and have access to that part of the community, then Dillionaire is probably like a good bet. If you just want like the live streams and stuff like that, then Long Johnson's fine. I mean, it's whatever you're feeling, man. Much like advising you on your investments, I'm also not going to advise you on what membership to get. You choose. All the information's there. It tells you what you get. Quite in on Tesla. It could be a pump and dump to make a quick buck. Possibly. Hard stock to pump and dump, though. To pump and dump a stock, you really need a stock with like very low interest. No, JFresh. I will not be your investment advisor, even if you pay for membership. Knowing MBIS going crazy? Like, how crazy? Is it going more crazy than it was a minute ago? Yeah, it's running. This looks like covering. MBIS is pretty short, too. Very bullish. I do have a red button. How did he know? He's watching the stream, guys. He's telling me to hit it again. Should I? I feel like I've already hit it once. I honestly, like, you know, DFV just uses, like, TA also, right? He's probably just looking at the exact same, like, wedge breakout we are. I just checked MVIS. It's like, there's like a short position covering it. It's running super hard. So remember everything you've learned in the exit DD. Watch for wedges. Look for how they're going to break. Decide your position based on that. Yes, MOASS button. No. Well, Ken said no, so now I really want to hit it. Smash it? All right. Hold on. All right, guys. I'm going to click it. I'm going to click it with my finger. Stonks go up. Why are we smashing the MOASS button? DFV tweeted his MOASS button, so I'm smashing mine. Click me, miss. Click me, pickle. Tickle finger. I mean, if DFV tweeted it, right?
Hold on. Let me check DFV's tweet and ensure that this is in fact what needs to be happening. Never touch the red button. He's saying don't touch it. Oh, I don't know what to do. If I touch the red button, I'm gonna be called a shill. But doesn't he hit the button in that scene? Okay, so well, I wait for the wedge, right? Big billionaire, full of himself now. He's like, me and DFE are looking at the same wedge, guys. Well, I can move this button into that finger at a moment's notice. This is gonna go boom. Look at this. Look at this consolidation. How do I take a fucking screenshot of this? Awesome, Ash. I'm gonna update Reddit real quick. In case we do go crazy. That way they get an update before the hype kicks in. Oh no. Re. All right, I'm gonna push it. Should I push it? Ah. Bing. I pushed it. Wait, Tia really works? Yeah. You didn't know that? The hell are you watching this channel for? The price is gonna crash. I mean, we still don't have a lot of volume. We need to get more ice and lightning on that. VWAP doesn't like to be bullied. That's history. Oh, it's been pushed. So let's see if we break out above the bull flag now, right? Leaking. You do not understand what you just did. You're a very bad man. Good, Ken Griffin. I can't wait to read the Reddit comments later. Like, this guy has Ken Griffin in his chat. Oh, man. You think you just keep smashing it? I think I don't really know how to use this thing. Like, it was just given to me. Maybe if I do like a long press. Don't get me started on the Reddit comments. Maybe I should make a compilation of all the moments where my TA is correct. And then just like anytime anyone's like, TA doesn't work, I'll just like send it to them. We were getting rejected kind of hard, but we still have that bottom support line, right? You're muted while I'm in a meeting. Right click it, then run as admin. It's not a program, it's a physical button that exists in a digital space. It's like an NFT. All stocks manipulated all the time, so TA does work now. Yeah, all stocks are manipulated. I don't know who like started that like idea that like TA doesn't work on manipulated stocks, but I'd like to slap whoever it was. MOASS over. No, we didn't even no, this candle's like there's just no volume, but this candle's trading within the previous candle, so like we still go to the upside. We've just risen into the higher channel right now. Now we're in between the wedge and the bull flag for the day, right? Remember that like bull flag that we drew out here on the 4-hour chart? We're getting our pickles wet right here on this upper resistance line. Wow, that resistance line's actually lining up properly across the timescales, which has never happened before on WeBull for me. I wonder if they fixed that with the update I downloaded today. Yeah, I tried holding it down. No, TA doesn't just work because other people use it. TA is actually based in math and science. Usually when TA fails, it's because of like market sentimentality. But some TA tracks that too. Human psychology is pretty predictable also. What happens when the wedge and bull flag unite? Well, I think we get another bull flag, which means another big run up, right? Any thoughts on workhorse? Yeah, it screwed me, and it screwed me hard. Oh, not that hard. I only lost like $330, but I'm not happy about it. You learn more about wedges and candles. It's a lot. Little mini flag? Yeah, kind of. Like a little tiny baby flag. Little baby flag ascending into the bigger flag. That upper resistance here, this other blue line, it should be harder to break, technically, because it's like a longer trend. It's proved to be resistance for a longer period of time. Put my gains recall into a put. TA stands for titillating apes. It could, yeah. This is one hell of a sloppy pennant, though, or like wedge. That. Yeah. It's breaking to the downside. So we'll probably retest the lower resistance before moving up. Although, is that last candle green now? Ooh. Hold on, guys. I need to erase that so I can actually see. This is very, very weird. There's just no volume. Like, that's what's happening. We're all excited, but no one is buying or selling this stock at all. Ooh. Yeah, it broke low. It did not hold. So retest, possible bounce. Doo, doo, doo. You add an increased volume too? No. The Bank of America statement, it's just like, it's kind of like when in if you've seen like The Big Short in 2008, when the like credit rating agencies were like, "Oh, we don't we don't believe our ratings are factual, so we're gonna stop rating these like instruments, which is like what happened right before like the shit hit the fan. WeBull froze? Oh, it might just be because I'm on another screen. She is harder on squeezes because you never really know when it's gonna happen. Yes, but you can predict the moments where it's most possible, Jamie. Right? So like I said, like I was saying before about how like this stock is going to move between moments of high probability and low probability for a squeeze. TA will best indicate, I think, when those moments will occur. There's other things that could possibly track that, like the T plus 21 theory, um, known catalysts, right? Longs are waiting until a large catalyst comes up. Well, longs just don't want to buy the stock, Jordan. But yeah, there's definitely a chance that like they are afraid that like they would be placed at blame for creating the problem. I mean, they're holding it down half rib, but we're like a lot of money above max pain. So like last week we closed what, $20 above max pain. This week we'll be closing $25 above max pain. The previous week to last week we closed like $15 above max pain. You notice how it keeps going up? What do you think about any options? But I don't know. Can you still buy options? It's almost 2 p.m. Kazakh. I don't really like big zero DTE bets. It's like just a really good way to lose a bunch of money. I don't know. That's the thing. Like with MVIS is like I heard it just tanked, but like I don't know if it's gonna go back up or not. Like I don't know how big the short position is over there. I don't have the research on it. That we wanted to be. No, the market makers want the stock to be around max pain. We want to be above max pain, right? Because we're bulls. So shorts want to be below max pain, bulls want to be above. Where the week ends determines kind of which side won for the week, right? Think of it like tug of war, and the knot represents max pain. Like the area, like the center line. And then the knot is whatever side is winning. Don't say that yet. We could hit 4 million very quickly. Yeah, I don't know how, Jamie, I don't know how much short interest is left on it after that run from 12 to 31, right? Thanks, Smoxfox. What does max pain mean? It's the point at which the most options expire out of the money. Video title. Cup and handle forming on CLNE daily. Cup and handles don't form on the daily, Jimberino. Cup and handles are a long-term trend. Like very, very long-term. What's going on with SoFi? Kind of crashing. It got run up after it SPAC cleared. And then now it's probably coming down. So if you were in it before, you did great. If you're holding now, you could be a bag holder for a little while until it re-realizes those prices. Another DFV tweet. What's the new one? Cowbell. That's funny. Well, we broke below that lower resistance. So that's not good. But like most breakouts on this stock, they do tend to like dip before the breakout point. So like we dipped here right before we broke out. We'll probably dip here right before the breakout. Remember, both sides are using TA, right? CLNE cup and handle is over a 3-month period. Oh, okay. I thought you said on the I thought you meant on the intraday. That's good. Let me see. Where is it? God, that's annoying. Oh yeah. Beautiful. So expect some consolidation. Oh, that's not 3 months. Wait. It's like a month. It's a very clean one. But it is a very short time frame. Started 5-6. So a 1 month cup. We'll see how long the handle takes to form. I feel like these options may not be timed properly if that's the case, but we'll see. More cowbell, more volume. That's all the tweet means. We've had some like 7-8 million days where we're up like $15, Jamie. 6 million. Like when people are buying Jimmy, it runs pretty fast. Let the button recharge. All right. Dangerous Dan, hey, cops are here at Wendy's trying to arrest me for tricking in the parking lot. One of these days we're gonna find out that none of what he's talking about is fake. He really is behind a Wendy's. Sell your AMC, it's going to 0. Maybe I'll put it in the Reddit post. Maybe I'll just like make that a thing that I like copy and paste in every day. But that like the intros already are getting like too long, and people are like, oh, I have to scroll down so much to just read the post. Good luck, Ken. Reddit's not publicly traded. Still puts on SPY? Not right now. I mean, I have like short interest on the SPY. I have like 10 SPXX calls for the 18th. Yeah, I know, Tim. I really do need to like compile all the most common questions into like a list. Yeah, but then you're just gonna be like, hey guys, down in the FAQ, you can read all about that. I guess at least I only have to do it once per person. I have those same calls. Why do I get the feeling that you guys are copying the things I do? It's very odd. Feels like deja vu. Hating on AMC people, you may as well hate on the whole rest of the market, saying they're not invested in the same thing as me, so I don't like them. I don't like Adam Aaron. I don't give it like I don't give two shits about the AMC investors. I hate the CEO of that company. Do look at us doing it, guys. We're doing it. We're going for the breakout. We're gonna move right back into our wedge. They can't short us. Look at their pathetic shorting. Ooh, volume's picking up too. This is exciting. Daniel Kahneman and Richard Thaler, Nobel Prize winners. What are they Nobel Prize winners for? What Nobel Prizes did they win? Still have a long position in it. I want a Nobel Prize after this is over. All fairness, I've personally learned the most from being a block of text versus visual. Yeah, that's another reason I started the stream. Was like a lot of people are like, listen, I have a really hard time like just even like getting this together in my head, and like I feel like it would be better if you were just kind of showing me. And that's why I have the crayons. I break the crayons out. I understand. Some people are much more like visual or like audio, like auditory learners. I love your energy. No one's ever said that to me before, but thank you, Ashley. I appreciate that. So you guys know my energy is synthetic and created with coffee. Tons of coffee. Behavioral economics and economic sciences. Psychologist. That's interesting. Oh, he won the 2002 Nobel in economics. So I'm guessing he's out of money. I just drank some water, Grizzled. I swear. It makes sense. He's still fake. Oh, yeah. They don't want those 250s in the money. Remember, they have T+2 to cover options that went into the money this week. So Monday could be exciting. Ooh, I should initiate my deposit now. You explain pickle down economics. Well, we failed both tests. This low volume is poop. Yeah, there's a ton of calls at 300. I have one. It sucks. Am I gonna sleep in tomorrow? A little bit, yeah. We have the members stream. Oh, let me remind everybody. Try to do this like every hour. Tomorrow morning from 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. we will have our members only stream. If you are a Long Johnson or a Dillionaire, please tune into that. I don't want you guys to miss out again this week. I know a lot of people missed it last week. So I just want everyone possible to know. I'll also announce it in the Discord channel. I know some of you can't tune in because it's like the weekend and you're off. But for those of you that can, it will be 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. You draw the breakout wedge with the new data points that will reveal itself? No. I don't want to draw the breakout, the wedge with new data points. I mean, technically this line is a bit high. Oh, no. What have I done? I gotta go back to the 5-minute and fix this now. Oh, they still haven't fixed that thing. No, yeah. Ooh. It's okay. Oh, and for anybody that does miss it, the members only stream tomorrow. The VOD will be live probably about an hour after. So you'll be able to watch the VOD anytime you want throughout the weekend. Yeah, that's correct, Dr. K. This is like UTC -5, I believe. Hella, I had dreams months ago about Dreamy at 400K and dreams last night about AMC at 800. I have to hold to see if I'm psychic or not. To me, it looks like a breakout will happen around 3:34 or Monday.
I mean, where are you guys drawing this breakout from? Because, like, the trend is here. Like, like, hold on. Ugh, so many lines. All right, let me delete this. So, the lower, like, if I do this perfectly, the lower trend is here. And then the upper trend is here. So that would be the breakout point, which is at, yeah, 330. But that's provided we cross back to the upside of the bull flag, right? Like, if we don't, it's just we're gonna follow this trend till close. But if we break through this, then we can break through that also. But this trend line here, which is multiple days, like this bull flag, the top of the bull flag, is a much, like, stronger trend than this. Like, this is intraday. And this is weekly. So it's far more likely that we're going to trend down this till close. People think we make predictions but generalize that considering RSI, MACD, and volume. You don't really need to consider RSI or MACD. Volume has to be considered. But, like, RSI and MACD just kind of track that anyway, right? I sent it to you? Oh, okay. I'll look. Okay, I see what you're doing here. So you're starting from pre-market. Why have you given it so much space? Okay. Hold on. Let me do this here. All right, so you're going... Are you using Bollingers? Yeah, I guess if you begin it from pre-market. But you could be tighter. So the top of your wedge, Daniel Taylor, could be tighter to the upside at 11:35. I think that's why your time frame's more extended than mine. I know. I'm just letting you know what I saw. Was HMB a long or short hold? It was both. Welcome to the stock market. Wait, no. HMB? No, HBM. So HBM was like, it broke out of that bull flag that we talked about, right? And then if it hits that upper resistance on the wedge, oh, I'm on the 5-minute, hold on. So it broke up, and then if it hits that upper resistance on the wedge we drew,
on the daily, right? Then it's going to come down, right? Like, you got to remember, this is like a large capital play, right? Or a big option play. So you'd buy before it goes up, and then you would short on the way back down. But like, if you're buying actual shares of this stock, you would have to have quite a lot of capital, because you would want a large position in order to profit off the 3% move, right? Like, it's up 3% on the day, but can you check mine? It's in general chat. Just DM it to me, Plenter. Maybe if AMC gets plug pulled, we'll open up like Matt Core's stream or something. We can watch that. That'd be fun. I just want to see him try to explain it to people, right? Like, after he promised them 100K a share, and he was like, guys, this is totally going to happen. We're going to see 1,000 and then 10,000 and 50,000 and $100,000 a share on this stock. I've been watching this with such interest. What time frames should you use to draw wedges? It depends on what time frame you're looking for the breakout in, right? Like, it depends on how long your play is. So watch full screen while still seeing the chat. I don't know. A lot of people have said that I should put the chat on the stream, but the problem with doing that, like, it's easy to do when you're gaming, right? Because you just like throw the chat up in the corner. But like, when you're streaming stocks, it's like, if I cover anything, I'm going to be covering data, right? But I do think there is a way to open the chat on YouTube while in full screen. Guys, I meant 70. He'll just like reiterate that investing is risky, and then just like go buy some more calls on Tesla. Should go the low end of the triangle being last Friday's low, then we are close to a breaking point. Drawings from my imagination, TA. A mini chat on the bottom left underneath your tickers. Maybe. I'll figure it out. There's got to be like a proper way to do that. It'd be so small though. Like, you wouldn't be able to read it. That's such a tiny piece of real estate. Maybe that like bottom left corner above the donate thing. Then I got to figure out how to change the transparency of that though. Otherwise, like, when people donate at the Ko-Fi, you won't be able to see what they say. Please don't. Level 2 chart, cup and handle. Yeah, I use OBS. Seeing a lot of fun on Reddit about not getting excited for anything and wait until X date months from now. What date? Like, they can't predict that. So that's bullshit. But yeah, it could be months, Jeb. That's possible. Nobody, like, really nobody should have a date. I agree with that. Because there's no way of predicting when it's going to happen. How likely are widespread short squeezes once MOASS starts? Wouldn't all short position? I think so. That's what I think is happening now, KO. Is you're seeing all these other short squeezes occur before us. So, because their margin requirements are super strict. Like in January, they really got in some trouble, right? Because like all the short squeezes happened at once. And so a lot of these short hedge funds, their positions are mostly short. And like AMSC thoughts, I don't know. And so like I think what they're trying to do this time is stave off the one big short squeeze by triggering all these little ones and kind of running the gas out on them. But I don't know if that tactics, that like it can delay the GameStop short squeeze, but they also could be moving even more retail money into GameStop. So the risk reward there is very questionable. What else is squeezing other than AMC? MVIS, BlackBerry had like a little like covering run. Bed Bath and Beyond. It's giving people more money to buy GME. Yeah. Bollinger. So yeah, we're due for a breakout, right? Like we know that we have it. There's a you can map the breakout a bunch of different ways, right? So it's kind of like when you do a math equation, right? And you go back and you check it. Like that's a lot of like what multiple forms of TA do, right? So if like we know there's a wedge breakout, and then we could go look at other indicators to confirm that a breakout is possible at that point, or that we're like primed for one. It's giving people NMDM seems to be part of this too. Possibly. Be false squeezes, say okay, got us, we're sorry. Possibly, yeah. Like maybe all these like little squeezes happen and all these other stocks die off, right? And then we have like 2 weeks of just trading sideways, and they're like, oh, it's all over, everyone can get out now, like all the shorts have covered. Statistically low short averages in the American markets, like, or historically low. And like I can imagine the news articles, and then like GME squeezes. Right? I mean, for the last 6 months, they've told us that the stock's worth $15, and yet here we are. Yeah, naked brands. And none of those companies have the fundamental potential that GameStop does, except maybe BlackBerry, possibly MVIS. They have some interesting stuff, but it's like very theoretical. No RSI. There's no volume, so I don't really need to track RSI. Like you want RSI when there's a lot of volatility and movement. Big volume comes in. Ask your quant what he wants for lunch. I'm stopping by a Wendy's. MVIS tank when. There's no way to tell. That's why I use like appropriate position exit strategies. Can you tell me what MBIS is? I just dumped $1,000 into it. I think they make like LiDAR. It's hard to remember like every company in the market, right? But I think they make like some sort of like laser automated driving like system. The funniest thing I've heard from the media was the giant bull flagpole from February was the dead cat bounce. Solid state LiDAR. Okay. I knew it was something. This is why I love the stock market. I can apply my general broad knowledge of lots of subjects effectively. Because like knowing what you're investing in the stock market is very useful. or to have like an idea of what the companies do is really really helpful. Cornichon quantitative. I hate when the media shouts fundamentals when this has nothing to do with it. I mean, it kind of does, though. It is supply and demand, but also, like, the fundamentals of GameStop are way better than a $15 stock. That's the thing, is they're not, like, assessing the fundamentals properly either. They're, the models that, like, these, like, analysts and quants are building are based on, like, incorrect data. Like I look at them, like Fidelity has a lot of the like analyst reports up, and like it's so they're so wrong, and it's like it's almost to the point where it's like actually fraudulent. Looks like I missed a lot of nothing. Nick, you missed a lot. Let me tell you, today's been a pretty epic day information wise. Kitty tweet rolling the dice too much. DFE going nuts today. Well, it's Friday, you know, wants to kick it up. Can you TLD watch the day? Are we expecting anything big today or just sideways? I'd like to see, so we have kind of a wedge at like 3:30 that could break out here on the 5-minute. That was a lot of volume. That was like a significant, because I'm on the 5-minute and that candle moved. Interesting. So these are the two breakouts we're watching for. It will be harder to cross this. Let me update Reddit real fast, guys. All right, sorry about that, guys. I just want to get them updated real quick. Zax is sometimes a little bit more fair. I mean, eventually they'll have to change their tune, right? Are the tweets just to keep interest in the stock? Maybe. I don't know. I think he's just having fun, right? I think ultimately, like, he really wanted a lot of people to know about the play, right? Like, he really believed in it. Fairly, might I add. But like, I think that's part of it, is that he doesn't want anybody to quit, right? He wants people to know that, like, this isn't over. I think that's the major emphasis behind his tweets, like the sentiment, at least. You silly stock. No, no one mentioned LEDs or LEDs. I mean, his straightforwardness and emphatic belief in his GameStop position is what first got me interested in it, right? Sammy Daisy 56, thank you so much for upgrading to become a Dillionaire. I appreciate that. If you have any issues getting into the Dillionaire Country Club private Discord, just DM me and I'll get to you after the stream. We need a Stormbreaker axe instead of Molnir. Pickles aren't going to make this stock go up right now, let me tell you. We need volume. Twitter. Oh, thank you, Zakir. Yeah, so Zakir's, if you guys want to check Zakir's Twitter, he's got the upgraded membership, or like how to like link your YouTube and Discord accounts on his Twitter. But if anybody still needs further help, just let me know. Loof, yes, I do think I will be able to apply all my strategies while exiting my position. And I think they're useful strategies, and that's why I share them with people. Also, I mean, it's ultimately like, if everybody has the same exit strategy, it's ultimately beneficial to everybody, right? Because that means that the stock will trade very predictably. pulling for those hoping to get another share. So if we maintain this pattern through close and no volume comes in, right? We're gonna close lower, like near 250. Thoughts on E-hang? E-bang? Are you talking about E-bang? Careful with collusion, KO. You can say things like, I hear the buy button's very effective, but don't make a direct statement on that, right? I deleted that comment just to, like, protect you and the channel. We do not offer financial advice here, guys. As always, if you are interested in investments, and especially inexperienced, please consult a registered fiduciary, like a financial advisor, as they will be more apprised of your financial situation than random people on the internet. Delete this message so I seem edgy. No, Steve J. Just, we don't give financial advice. That's all. How long is the special stream for members, and what kinds of things do you discuss? I mean, ideally, we just discuss stuff that has nothing to do with stocks. But last time we just talked about stocks. It's from 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. every Saturday. Financial advice. It was pretty cool. I had a lot of fun last week. A lot of people didn't know what was going on last week, though, so we didn't have very many people in there, but I hope more people know about it this week. EH is breaking out. Let's take a look. I think it broke out. Yeah, it's already broken out. It might bounce, but I feel like it's already near the top of that trend. These, like, Chinese holdings companies are really risky. Risky plays. Oh boy, MBIS tanking. Well, I hope you made your money, Jamie. SPY approaching all-time high, yeah. Real close. What's the 52? 422.82. It could cross. That'd be nuts. It'd be a weird day. Maybe that's why we have such low interest today is there's just so much action going on with like stocks like Tesla, Apple. I'm sure Apple ripped today. Or nope, that's the wrong APL. Yeah, Apple ripped today. It's up like two. Well, I didn't rip, but it's up $2. Tesla's up a ton. Tesla's up $26 today. Netflix is up. Like all the like big QQQ's up. Zoom is up. Autodesk went up, which I called this morning. Microsoft. Yeah, so the like blue chips are having a big day, which could also like slow our interest down. I mean, it wasn't a flash crash. Someone sold 1 million shares of Tesla. Oh man, I got out of those options too early. I would have been up $50 a contract. I guess I made like half that. I still got out at a good profit margin, but that's a lesson learned when I'm just not awake and buying things. So Nvidia is approaching a stock split, a 3-to-1 stock split, and so you're gonna see that continue, like that uptrend continue for a while as it breaks through like each psychological resistance. Possible power hour rampage. Maybe. I mean, yeah, it's possible. We got 13 minutes to go. I thought Warden was exiled to Shillville. I don't know. He still has like a big following. 4-to-1. Sorry, 4-to-1 stock split. Still don't know the fundamentals of the split. All that happened was I heard there was a split, and I immediately bought a bunch of options because like I looked at the chart and it was already testing its all-time high at 650. So I just bought a ton of 650 options, and then because like before a split, stocks usually go up, like leading into the split. And especially if they're already like starting at their all-time high, right? This is like a really good opportunity play. They're going to continue upwards. Like they're going to, if they break that resistance, they're just going to climb until the split occurs. So it's both good if you're in options or alternatively, if you're long on the stock, it's very beneficial. Especially a stock like Nvidia or Apple or Tesla, as they lead into splits, there's a lot of good opportunity there. Could those drops and rides be results of margin call, selling positions and buying back in after covering? Possibly. Real risky though to like dump a bunch of Tesla in order to like hope you can recover it back at the same price point. Like if you dumped 1 million shares of Tesla here and then you were trying to buy back in, so you dump 1 million shares, bring up your liquidity, and then you try to buy back, like you're gonna get a lot of slippage trying to get back into that position, right? So you're gonna lose a lot of money buying back in. So I don't know if they're buying back in or the market itself, like the market at large, is just capitalizing on that flash crash, right? So people might be like, I really want to buy Tesla at 570. And so if it dropped to 570, they start buying it. How many options at 250? Not many left. Most of them are sold. 1800 is the current OI. Let me refresh that and make sure the, yeah. RBLX. I don't want to look at that stock. It doesn't have enough history to be like reliably traded, right? It's too new. Don't good advice if you're interested in trading or like swing trading or day trading, be very wary of like IPOs and like stocks that don't have a history of being traded, right? A close above 250 is very good for us today. Max Payne's what, 230? So the more above 250, the better. Last week we were $20 above Max Payne, or $22. I think we closed the week at $22 above Max Payne. So if we could close higher than $22 above Max Payne this week, that would be very good, because that would confirm that continuing push against Max Payne, which means call options are super valuable in the early parts of the week when I should have sold this one. Are you gonna start streaming on the way down? Nope. I will, if I stop streaming during the MOASS, I will not stream again, guaranteed will not stream again until the price of the stock is restabilized. Not always don't buy at market open, Lawrence. There's times when it is correct to buy just before market opens and at market open. If I had cash to spare, I'd be buying this. There is money every $10 up to 300. Yeah. Not a lot between like 280 and 300, but there's some. Like if it ripped, I could see it ripping to 280 and then just kind of not doing anything else. Like maybe hit like 285. But I don't think it's going to rip because we have no volume. No, you have to assess whether buying at market open is worth the risk or not. That's something you have to do independently. I'm saying that there are right times and wrong times to buy at market open. Sometimes it's very profitable to buy at market open. Sometimes it's disastrous and a great way to lose money. After MOASS, will you stream with 3 hats on each other to flex on the peasants? No. Why would I wear 3? I don't even like wearing 1 hat. How do you get your WeBull to look like that? 2, what is you up? 3, how many shares do you have? Thanks in advance. As always, guys, please remember, don't discuss your actual positions. Actually, the reason I ended up with this 300 call till today is that I forgot when I bought it Monday that we had a 4-day trading week. I've slept like maybe 13 hours this entire week since like Sunday, or yeah, since Sunday. I don't know, Brandon, BR, Brandon Ober. I'm not sure, dude. I don't know what the short interest is over there. It may have squeezed out. It had a previous like little squeeze, and then it's had like a couple over the last few days. So it may be done, but it may not be. I don't know the level of short interest on that stock. So you'd have to do a little bit more research to determine if it's going to keep going or not. Why haven't you been sleeping? I don't know. I've been like so busy like doing the stream and then answering questions, and then I'm just like I have other shit I have to do throughout the day. And then like I don't sleep super well anyway. I'm not good at sleeping. It's like my least it's the thing I have the least skill with. DFE tweeted Jonah Hill. I think he's making fun of you. That's not nice. I hope he's not. That would make me very sad. I hate Jonah Hill with a passion. He's busy making mayo erotica. Yeah, I have to make mayo erotica. Which, if you guys didn't see it, was amazing. Check out the I pinned it in the general chat on the Discord. It was also the like card for this stream, like the title card. Densum Lure. Thank you so much, dude, for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate the membership. If you if you're having any trouble getting into the Discord, let me know. Zakir linked the instructions on his Twitter as well. So you can check it out there, or it's in the announcements channel. And then if that fails, just hit me up and I'll make sure you get in there. Thank you so much, dude. I'll see you tomorrow in the buy yourself that desk, dude. I would, but that's like far out. YouTube apparently just holds on to your money forever. But thank you, man. I will. I'll put it towards the desk, I promise. Thank you so much for the membership, man. Psychoanalytical therapy long term, but believe me, results. Interesting. Sounds like you hate everyone. Mostly. I don't like a lot of people. I'm not antisocial. I just like, I'll socialize with people. I just don't like them. I have tried melatonin, Conrad, and I sleep like a baby, right? Here's the issue, but I'll sleep for like 15 hours. Like I've tried like the 1 milligram ones, like the smallest dosage of melatonin, and I'm out for like a day. It's not good. After MOASS, I'll hire Jonah Hill and John Krasinski to deliver Pickle singing telegram. Can you buy sell stocks with IRA money? I'm not really too versed in investment accounts. I don't have any. Like, well, I have an IRA, but I don't really use it the way I should. I have some like long positions in it, but I don't trade in it a lot because I care more about like building capital right now and like liquid accounts. I don't like this. This is bad. I wonder if they're just doing this into power hour. Hold on, let's see if we hold the support. See, this is risky because if they try to push those 250Cs out of the money, buy side could bounce back on this. I don't know if they want that. See, they keep doing this. It's like they test it and then they get fucking slammed by the bulls, and I don't know why they keep trying to do that. I mean, I guess they don't want to lose the money, but buy Jimmy count with our funds if I'm willing to risk. If so, yeah, I'm just not sure, Joshua. You talk to your like brokerage about that. Get someone on the line and discuss it with them. I know you can buy GME in your IRA, but I don't know like how to trade, like how you would trade in one or any of that. My IRA is kind of like a boomer IRA. Like, oh, I have a Roth and it's like a boomer one, and like there's not a lot I can do on that platform. Stop loss hunting? Maybe. I think they're just taking advantage of the like low volume to try to push the price down. But I told you there was like a chance that we just trend downward, right? Yeah, rip 250 calls, but not yet, right? There's still time. We have an hour. We just started power hour. So we might actually have like an interesting power hour. Billy 401k has a brokerage link, which is access to 15 years worth of contribution. Just got an ad. Thanks. Did you? I didn't play one. The hell, YouTube's just playing ads during my stream? It's bullshit. Is there a minimum you have to invest? I don't know. If there is, my investment into mine was over that. Yeah, the ads come and go. That's so weird. I thought like during my stream I had to play the ad. Otherwise no ad got played. I don't like that. YouTube just shilling shit on my channel. SEP, IRA, HSA. Now they're all GME. Okay. If we trade left, Chris, I'm gonna buy more shares. I'm gonna wait because then I'm gonna know where the dips happen. Actual time machine. I got 4 calls from my credit card company asking if my donations were a fraud. I don't know. It's probably because my like the PayPal I have for this channel is not super established yet. I know sometimes they put up like if it hasn't, like if the account hasn't existed for a long time. But Dan, don't you donate through like Super Chat? Why the hell would that's just like going to Google? So I don't understand why they would your credit card company would call you on that. That's weird. I would understand it if it was like a Ko-Fi donation because like the PayPal is not that old. Like the PayPal account. So like they might be like suspicious of that, but do screamers get less money if we skip the ad? I don't think so if it's a skippable ad. I have no idea though. It doesn't like give me that information. Maybe my ad blocker blocks them, right? Oh, you're just kidding? That's not funny. Citadel is a market maker and the price spikes to like $1,000. Could they have an agreement where they get more than like 30 days to try to cover? And they could try to wait it out? Yeah. They could. Unlikely though. I don't know. Like without knowing the size of their position, right? Like, do they have the capital to cover like, millions, potentially millions of shares short at $1,000 loss? If they don't, then they'll get liquidated. Like if the insurer feels, or the lender, like the margin caller feels that the risk is too high, then the insurer can liquidate them. Like if they're like, okay, we've looked at your portfolio, there's absolutely no way you're going to cover this, and then that's it, right? Because then the insurer needs to liquidate immediately, so in order for them to step in and begin covering that position. Used to be the way anyway. Okay, I didn't know that. So after 5 seconds of the ad, I get more revenue per second that isn't skipped. Okay, they've told me nothing about this. There's zero transparency on YouTube's part about how I get paid for ads, but I can tell you that it's crap. Like, I think it's a lot better if you have just absolute tons of people watching. Hey mate, here's a $5 to bring this power hour in our favor. Can't afford more GME week, so here's my investment. Sean Kinson, thank you so much, man, for that donation. I appreciate it. Yes, Long Johnson's all the way to the moon. I'm finally understanding it. Awesome. Cool, cool, cool. I hope I haven't made your kids curse too much today, no opt. If we trade left, I will become a dillionaire. We'll all become dillionaires. You're such a troll, Sean and on. Wait till Monday to buy options expire for the next week, so you don't have the Theta decay over the weekend. Yeah, I don't buy like 6 DTEs, because like some people do. Some people prefer to buy them because they don't want to like try to buy in during volatility on Monday. But I don't. I always just buy them on Monday. Sometimes that's been less beneficial for me, but I find that more often than not, it's better to buy them on Monday and not lose the Theta. Sometimes, very occasionally, I've bought Friday for the next Friday, but the patterns between GME and AMC are uncanny today. Do you hunt for pump and dumps to take advantage? I mean, if one looks really obvious, yeah, I'll take money from pump and dumpers. I don't participate in the act of pumping and dumping stocks, but I will like scalp them if I think they're occurring. Which is, fair. It's risky, but I've done it a few times. I don't do it a lot. But like that's what I did on Rocket, which I think was essentially a pump and dump. I don't think that was like a short squeeze. And yeah, I made a lot of money off like the Rocket run up like a couple months ago from that, just because like I could tell that like it was picking up steam on Wall Street bets and like a ton of people were getting interested. And then they had their dividend coming up, which was also like an actual technical, like fundamental indicator that there was going to be movement on the price. So I bought in when they announced that they were going to do a dividend, and then like 2 or 3 days later, it ran really hard. So I don't really look at pump and dumps unless they have some other underlying reason. To buy them. Rocket was a pump and dump. Pump and dump short squeeze and Kirk and it OnlyFans. Been on the road all day. It was cool having something to listen to in lieu of driving and using WeBull. Great explanation of the barter rate. Thanks. Thank you, McDavis. Thank you guys so much for all the donations today and the new memberships. I really appreciate that. Also, the likes and subscribes. You guys have been super awesome. Thank you. Chart may be frozen? No. There's just no volume. We just hit 3 million volume for the day. Bernie's with Hedgies pretend to be capable of doing anything organically. Yeah, I'll post the video of that whole ordeal from early this morning after, or I'll like try to edit it so it's not so lengthy, but it's currently at like an hour and a half. We went kind of deep on borrow rate and what's going on with the lenders and why they're shutting down. I wish that information got out to more people, because I've read some of the shit on Super Stonk, and that's all I have to say about that. 3 whole million, yeah. What do you think of Wint chart? Wint? The hell is that? Wintry? It's a penny stock. Do you know anything about them? So like something fundamental? What are they? Wintry Therapeutics. It's a biotech. So biotech penny stocks move on fundamental announcements. So if you know about like some upcoming announcement or FDA trial clearance or something like that, like it can jump. But I mean, it had a nice run today. Trading a little below VWAP's probably going to close out pretty sideways. Maybe something Monday. I don't know if there's like news on it or anything like that. Jimmy coming back to life a little bit. Europore here, liked and subbed, and that's all I ever ask anybody, man. Thank you so much, Witness Gaming. Around 5 minutes. That's some small greens rolling. I was on 5 because I was trying to see something else, but yeah, I know GameStop's coming back. You can see that on the 5 minute. Like you can just see the size of this candle increase. And that just like is showing you like the candle, not the wick. But that's showing you volume is being traded higher and higher. So like you can see it once you get out to like 30 minutes, it's kind of hard to see like the variation. But we're down 3% for today. Still up huge from last Monday. Even $30 up from this Monday, right? What do you think of don't quit your jobs? As always, guys, Pickle Financial, its creators and moderators are not responsible for the smooth brain actions of all you billionaires. Nice try though, Dan Almighty. I could trick me, fucker. Honestly, it's so bad seeing new people racing into Rocket by Thursday of that week when the FOMO was kicking in. Tuesday of that week was the latest. I mean, yeah. I just bought like a bunch of options contracts at like $22 each, like a little bit out of the money. It was trading at like 13 or 14 at the time. I got them at like 18 and it just ran so hard. And I just got out, but I figured it was a pump and dump. I thought maybe it would get high enough to trigger a squeeze, though. Like, there was potential there, right? Like, it wasn't just pure, like, FOMO money theft. You are way, way, way up. Very bullish. Apparently, I'm allowed to curse as long as I don't do it in the title or at the beginning of the video. Or excessively. So they don't like it if you string, like the algorithm doesn't like it if I string curse words together. But if I say them far enough apart, it's safe. I've gone to great depth looking for, so I have to select them carefully. But when I use them, just know that they have that much more meaning. They're truly an expletive's expletive. I have selective understanding. Was the initial run up? Brandon BR, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon, man. I appreciate that. Enjoy the emojis. They're dope AF. I made them myself. If I sacrifice my firstborn pickle to the dance, did you boof the pickle or is it a natural birth? The Dans are honored. 3 million volume? No, you did not miss MOASS. Donation swear jar. I'm pretty sure you guys can say whatever the hell you want in chat, right? Except for all the banned words, which is a lot of them. That's a long list. There's words on that list that I've never heard someone use in my life. Just bring him back Wilberforce before close. Mine doing a little TA on M. I can check it out. Say the F word. I want to hear it. GME to Uranus. Come on, man. Now you're just trying to get me in trouble. Macy's? Are they ripping back because like COVID restrictions? Ooh. It's looking good. So what was this? This was, I mean, it looks like they've covered most of their losses from the beginning of the pandemic. I guess the next real resistance, like they're sitting at a resistance right now. I'd say if they break 20 or like 18, I would look for 23 to 25. If it breaks above that, it could return back up to trading at like in the 40s. I don't know. Did they have like a good earnings or something? I don't really pay it. Like, I know it's ironic that like my entire channel is about GameStop, but I don't really pay attention to brick and mortar retail. I know it can make some moves, but usually it's very stable. And so like good for long-term investors, but not usually very good for day traders. They traded more volume than GameStop today, though. Twitter's getting spammed with Wall Street banks rein in hedge fund short bets. Sure. Yeah, the banks only will stop making money if it put them in trouble, right? Or they have something to gain. The banks are the worst. Like, don't forget, they're the ones that make all this fun possible. They brought you the short hedge funds. Today's short hedge fund brought to you by your local institutional bank. Just put truck tire on the Lambo. Duh. Show $17. Almost had a heart attack. Every time I look at a different stock, someone comes back and they're like, what happened with the price? It's happened with Burke A. People are like, I came back, it was 500,000. I thought I almost missed MOASS. T Walker, thank you so much, man. I'll see you Monday. I mean, Monday's going to be really interesting, right? They've got to cover, they'll have to, Monday, Tuesday, they'll have to cover all the exercised options from this week. However many of those actually are, because they have T+2, right, to get the shares. So there'll be buying pressure from that. After today, the implied volatility is going to drop. I'm excited for Monday. And we're getting ready to like smash up and form a new bull flag for the week. The amount of money brokers made from AMC this past week or so, 600 million. Yeah, I'm sure it's been a ton. I'm going all in on EH now. Thanks for the advice. What's EH? What was this? Oh, EHang? I definitely didn't give you the advice to go all in on that. mutter about Amazon grabbing them. That's interesting. I thought Amazon was making that play for like Kohl's. Like, didn't they want to buy out Kohl's? I think there's more Kohl's like around the country than there are Macy's. Where's the band's words list? I want to try to be a George Carlin. Maybe the tactic is to get them to use their borrowed shares. AMC tanking? Or is it down like $5? That's down 5%. It's not really tanking. Calls on Blockbuster. New GME tweet is fire. I don't think I have their. Someone will have to like, or Zakir will have to share the link in chat if he's around. Jimmy's coming back. They're gonna fight for 250. No, Rocket Dodger. I saw your message before you removed it. No, Zakir's always on top of shit. I don't know what GameStop's tweet means. Is it unethical of me to save a free article? Probably not, Windmill. I don't know. Who cares? Correlation between AMC and Jimmy, it's high. It's not, Cornub. The guy who cranked the math on the correlation between the two stocks was wrong. GME is actually more correlated to almost every other short stock besides AMC. It's higher than most other stocks, but it's like 0.49 on like the correlation matrix. If you set up a correlation matrix between GameStop, I posted this in the Discord too. BBBY, BlackBerry, what was the other one? Like MVIS, I think I did. I can't remember what the last stock was, but between all of them, it had GameStop and AMC have the lowest correlation from January 1st. So that's incorrect, Cornub. Please check your facts. And also, his correlation had nothing to do with that specifically. If you're talking about like the quant write-up that guy posted on Superstock, that had to do with like hedging. COS is its highest correlation, ironically. Also, probably because COS is closest in market cap size. I misspelled quitting. That's why I removed it. Maybe take a look when you have time. Okay. It's an interesting AMC warning written for the perspective of an analyst that wants them not to squeeze it, sounds like, but interesting nonetheless. I mean, how much I'm curious to know like how much retail's actually still left. I don't know. You know what? I'm not actually curious. I don't give a shit about AMC. I'll be honest with you guys. But like for those of you that are in it, as my viewers, I do care about you. I would be very interested in trying to figure out what percent of the float is still owned by retail at this point. You got to imagine that a lot of retail have jumped ship this week. So like, and that's the point, right? That's the point of what they're doing, is to try to get people out. So like, I would be looking at trying to re-quantify the data, because it's just up in the air now, right? Also, maybe trying to get a new CEO. So it's like, how much does retail influence the price when all these stocks correlate this much? A lot. That's why that's one of the reasons they correlate so much. GameStop's tweet means nothing, most likely. But I can't wait to read the DD about how it means the shorts are scared. The shorts have been scared all year. Show this article. They're probably used to it by now. Let's see, it's actually increasing crazily. It's not. So OBV isn't accurate after massive like uptrends. Anytime there's a lot of volatility on a stock, don't look at OBV. It is like very known to produce false data on highly volatile like instruments. About correlation with costs, as a startup entrepreneur with some experience, we never compare ourselves with companies with over 1 billion difference in valuation. Could be similar. Could be. Solid DD. Post it, post it, post it. I mean, if somebody wants 20,000 karma, 45K shares left of last night. They say 80% retail ownership. Well, see, the thing that worried me most with getting in on AMC and like holding down AMC was that like retail could never own enough of the float, right? And so the shorts would always have like room to cover. And like, I feel like not only have they expanded that room recently, but then you're just kind of left like bag holding other retail, and that kind of kept me out of it. I mean, among 50 other reasons for me not to buy AMC, that was a big one. Is it like I had no interest in stealing money from other retail, right? Like if I want to make money, I want to make it off the short hedge fund. In that case, right? Like I don't want to make it off like other retail just buying in because they didn't do their research. And I think that's what's happened with AMC over the last week, is so much FOMO has occurred that like the majority shareholder now left in the position is retail. Are we looking to another giant ascending channel? We're looking fine. Yeah, we're still, the two blue lines you see there, the kind of parallel lines coming down towards the purple line, those are the bull flag for the week. We're well within it. Consolidating. Everything looks fine. Nick Kramer, MVIS running again. Erratic. Daniel, so I'm lurking, love the work, but I have a question regarding the quant post. I'm not sure if I understood your take. Personally, I understood you saying AMC and GME have a big link. They have a link. It's not as big as, like, he could have compared it to other stocks where it's like there's more correlation, which could infer more causation, but like causation and correlation are not intrinsically linked, right? So it's just there's no real way to prove that what he's saying is false, but there's also no reason for him to like bring up what he's saying. Like he's saying that like the shorts are using AMC to hedge GME, but I don't know if that's true. Like, they have a lot of other ways of doing that. And that seems like a very risky way, comparatively. Other than chocolate? Not really. I mean, most stocks I buy, I don't know what the company does, right? Like, if I'm day trading, I have no idea what the companies I day trade do. For all I know, I've day traded chocolate. Like, it's possible. I don't think I have. I don't like the idea of, like, being a chocolate investor or like a private prison investor. I don't support, industries that support slave labor, or I try not to. But I'm also never long in any position, so I don't really have a lot of like ethical quandaries. Yeah, I agree with you, Steve. You were correct. Like, not all algos are using VAR. I don't know. There's a lot of holes in it. It seemed like more of a presentation of like, here's a bunch of math that like 90% of the population's not going to understand. And this is my take on that math. And I think, like, unfortunately, I feel like a lot of people were just like, ooh, numbers, and it got recognition, but I don't think it was relevant. Why is chocolate bad? Ah, there's a lot of reasons. Yeah, child slave labor in like Western Africa. Um, the farmers make nothing. All the money made in chocolate is made in commodities. It's very bad. It's a shitty industry. Dude's day trading Lululemon. Maybe. I don't know. Have I day traded Lulu? Are they traded? Maybe. Like, it's a possibility. A lot of the times I just know the ticker. I don't even know the name of the company. I don't know why he doesn't wear pants, TR. We gonna crash? No. Why would you say something like that, Sahib? It's ridiculous. Oh. No, because retail on AMC has no voting power. They've established that. Otherwise, AMC never would have issued the, like fucking 60 million shares they've issued at this point. Before to hit today, it did what my girlfriend told me after. There was a book wrote about chocolate industry back in the 90s that exposed the horror of it, like Blood Diamond Bad. Yeah. CEO not wearing pants is more bearish. I think the CEO not wearing pants implies that something was going on before that live stream started. Like, maybe he logged in initially to Trey's OnlyFans, and then there was like a private session that occurred before they went on to the interview. Either that, or like the title card of my video implies, him and Kenny had just gotten out of their shareholders mayo bath. CEO lack of judgment would be concerning. Matt Kors. Please no slug fantasy kink shaming. Worst power hour ever. I don't know. We're holding 250. I'm pretty excited about that. God, I'm tired. 25 minutes, guys. Potatoes and mayo and call it a salad. Make it go up. Adam Aaron is my dad. Please stop making fun of my family.
No.
That's one of many examples, CJ. But yeah. The problem with chocolate is not just historically, it's the continuation of those practices. Draw some triangles that makes it go up. Would you like SPCE? Is that the Virgin Galactic one? They had like a successful test flight recently and the stock did some stuff. I day traded a little bit like that morning before the stream. It was nice. I didn't make a lot, but like a few $100 off of it or something. As far as like long term, I don't know how much potential it has as a company. The elder Dans must wait for the final push. Or Dan's just gonna God. I just got like a weird tingle in my ear. I did not like that. I was talking about SPY crashing because it's reaching all-time highs, and I feel like things are getting shaky. Probably. But you gotta, when you say, are we crashing, Sahib, reference the thing you're referring to. I know they taught you this in school. Complete sentences add clarity when someone doesn't know what the fuck you're talking about. But yeah, the SPY could crash. It's not hitting those all-time highs yet. But it does look shaky. I agree. The market looks very unstable, and it has for several weeks now. But that's the problem with betting against the market, is it can look shaky for a really long time before something actually happens. There was I can't string together your comments either. I have like thousands of people talking to me. I don't even remember the comment you're referring to the first time at this point. Well, I kind of do, but... Whoa, 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 Pickle Financial, did you just drop an F-bomb? I might have. That wasn't my first F-bomb today. I dropped an F-bomb on the Dans, too. I'm gonna miss the Dans over the weekend. CJ. They'll be in the stream probably tomorrow. I feel like this week's members-only stream is gonna be plagued with Dans, as they have all prepared to be there. Last week we had an excess of Ryans. It was nice. The Ryans are very civilized. They don't try to form a hive mind or band together. They don't try to convert other people to their ways. Now you have to buy an AMC share for the swear jar. I'm not getting into that cycle. Maybe if AMC was still like $5. Nobody expects the Danish Inquisition. Plagued with Dans. He did, so that shows how mad he is at Sahib. Puts on Sahib. I'm not that mad at Sahib. I know nothing. I'm sworn under the Dan oath. Do you guys have like some sort of place where you all hang out after the stream and just like plan this shit? I don't like the negative vibe relating to Dans. Dans are feeling attacked and marginalized. It's our Discord. But I'm just going to create a channel for them so they don't bother other people. I forgot my real name. That's the first step, right? It's like in fantasy where like wizards like transmogrify themselves into or like anamorph or whatever themselves into like an animal, and then they start to lose touch with their sense of humanity. And like that's what happens when you become a Dan, is you just slowly actually become a Dan. Next thing you know, you're at the courthouse legally changing your name. And you never even liked the name Dan in the first place, but you've lost control at that point. Name the Discord channel The Dumpster Behind the Wendy's. Vaccine to present. Maybe I'll just create like a channel for the Dans where only Dans have permission to enter. Like they have to link their YouTube count the same way. But like the bot will just check if they're actually a Dan and then kick anybody who's not. That way we can ensure that like we've quarantined them appropriately. I never realized what it meant to be a Dan, but now I really don't understand. Can I moderate it? Yeah. That would be the plan. No, Max Payne is at like 230, I think. Although I feel like a lot of 250 positions have probably been closed at this point. So Max Payne is probably actually higher. Let's see. Huh. It looks like Max Payne is actually like 225. It's either 225 or 227.5. So we're actually pretty high above Max Payne right now. So that's sick. Well, I just looked at the like the graph and it's showing like it's somewhere between 222.5 and 227.5 more accurately.
Can you give a crash course on the significance of max pain? Ah, Stuart Miller. Market basic. It's really simple. It's just like if you're at max pain, if the price for the week closes Friday at max pain, market makers make the most possible money off the options they've sold. Yeah. So we're bull side on max pain, like pretty significantly. And if we close above 250, we're definitely in it. Like swaggy stocks is fine for like a quick check, but it's not the most accurate indicator of max pain. You can get a slightly more accurate like level. Let's go 260. That'd be awesome. I mean, we have 15 minutes. It's not unheard of. Did I turn off auto exercise on these? I do not want them draining my account to exercise either of these positions. Okay. It is the will of VWAP. You don't you dare speak on the will of VWAP, delusional degenerate acolyte of VWAP perish. You could not possibly know VWAP's will. Oh Jesus, not again with the construction. Why turn off auto exercise if it's not in the money? I don't trust them. That's why. God, the Dans are really just all riled up now. Dans, behave yourselves. It's almost over. We have 12 minutes left. Eric heading out. See you later, Eric. Have a good one, man. Trippington. Awesome, dude. Have you looked at the potential tax benefits of starting the Church of VWAP? I have. They're very good. What's your favorite cookie? Chocolate chip walnut. Have you tried turning the Dans off and turning them back on again? It doesn't work. The issues with the system, it can't be fixed by just modulating one end user. I could totally work for a FANG company. I could bullshit my way through that job. I know how to Google things. I bought 2 more just cause. I would buy more, but I don't have any cash in this account. Hive mind cannot be disrupted. Can you add Dan to the banned words list? I'm thinking about it. I didn't know you were a Coco shill. I didn't tell you guys to go buy them.
I'm pretty sure a chocolate chip cookie is majority butter, flour, and sugar. Hey, now that's my livelihood. I Google things. Well, at least if we put you guys on the blockchain, you would have a cap. Apparently. What's your favorite color tendy? Do you eat your tendies with cheese? What's your favorite dipping sauce? Do you wear boxers or briefs? Do you eat cookies? Okay, so I'll just break this whole thing down. I don't have a favorite tendy color. I definitely don't eat tendies with cheese. That sounds disgusting. I don't like cheese and chicken or cheese and fish. What's your favorite dipping sauce? Honey mustard. And I wear briefs, and I do occasionally eat cookies. Spy ripping? Oh, no, I've clicked a thing. Ooh, somebody just bought like a ton of volume at 423. Woo! All-time highs. Look at it go. This thing's just not going to last, right? It can't just keep acting like this and getting away with it. I think there was a pickle coin. I think it was like a real thing. I know because like when I started this YouTube channel and I would search my own YouTube channel, it was the only thing I could find was like stuff on pickle coin from like 10 years ago. Parrish, I've warned you about that. Propping up SPY to make the market seem healthy. Nice one. Zero GT 500C on SPY. No, 430 or 423s. Mork. Oh, thank you so much for becoming a Long Johnson, Mork. I appreciate that. I'll see you tomorrow in our members only stream from 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. I hope all of you join me there. Oh, this isn't the first time someone's wanted to know what undies I wear. Paula Nixon. Tycoon. Thanks, bro. You're welcome, man. Thank you. The members only stream is here on the tube. That is correct. What other technical indicators are we sitting on for GMA? Mostly just that uptrend right now, which is actually a series of technical indicators that I've formed into one giant trumpet looking thing. But Pickle is draped in Danimal skins. I can't. Bryce Greenland started down calling it. They probably will. Well, there's only one, like, so there's only Danielle, right? So there's only one female Dan. So she must be the queen. And then the rest are like the drones. And this is how they build their hive. Not to be trusted. Can you see what, Halfro? Oh, yeah, we can go over that real quick. How much time do we have before close? It's right here. Look at it. It will also be in this weekend's due diligence, which I know you guys all can't wait to read. There it is. Say hello. That's it. It's pretty nifty. But essentially, it's a series of increasingly larger bull flags, followed by periods of consolidation on the 4-hour chart. It has infinite potential. We only need one. Yeah, Danny can be female. Dan's no gender. Smurfette equivalent. Essentially, yeah. Blake Collins, thank you so much for the banana, bro. I appreciate that. No genders, only Dan. Oh God, JG, don't do it. Don't let them trick you. There's nothing good over there. Is it hailing outside? Guys, just so you know, if lightning strikes me, the stream will end abruptly. Oh, look at it. We're doing it, guys. We're pushing. Psh. Psh. Yes, that's me. It is you. Quick, everyone, praise view up. Unable to Dan. Thank you so much for becoming a Long Johnson, man. I appreciate the membership, dude. I'll see you tomorrow in the stream. I hope I see all of you guys there. If I put a stop limit order, will it hurt the price of GME during MOASS? No, unless it fills and you sell your shares. That is true, technically. If the lightning just hits me, man, that's really loud. Well, guess what I'll not be doing today? Literally anything. That's for access. Oh yeah, Secure has the information on his Twitter if you're a billionaire for how to link your account, and make sure you don't miss out on the fun of the Billionaire Country Club. Yeah, CJ, I want to start doing that. Currently, my video editing skills suck, and I don't want to give Adobe a bunch of money. which has also kept me from doing that for now. But I would like to produce like a little more content for the channel. I just don't know when I have time. Like I stream for 7 hours. I have like 2 hours of prep and then 3 hours after the stream. So it's like, it's already like a 12-hour day. And then I'm just like, I still have to eat at least once. And I'm kind of burned after that. So I'm trying to find a way to make like time and space to do those things. I was thinking about maybe starting the stream 30 minutes later. Oh, GG. Have a good weekend, guys. Closed at 248.14. Not quite clear of 250, but I'm pretty sure that most people with 250 options got out earlier today. So, super awesome. And I will see you all bright and early Monday morning at 9 a.m. for another week of crazy shit. Thank you all so much. And for all of you members, I will see you tomorrow. Peace out, everyone, and have a lovely night.